皆様おはようございます。まもなく開会いたしますので、席にお着きになって開始までお待ちください。前方を除きまして席は自由席となっています。どうぞ席にお着きになりましてお待ちください。 皆様大変長らくお待たせいたしました。国際女性会議 WAW2022 を開会いたします。Thank you very much for joining us today. 本日司会を務めます日本テレビアナウンサーの鈴江奈々と申します。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。ジェンダー平等の実現と女性
For the purpose of realizing gender equality and empowerment of women, the government of Japan held the first ever WAW in 2014. However, unfortunately, due to the spread of COVID-19, WAW scheduled to take place in April 2020 had to be postponed. And now it is being held for the first time in about 3 years. The theme this year is WAW for mainstreaming gender into a new form of capitalism. WAW for mainstreaming gender into a new form of capitalism. Under the concept of new form of capitalism, the administration of Prime Minister Kishida positions the virtuous cycle of growth and distribution as its central policy. Through the perspective of gender mainstreaming, diversity will lead to further growth and the resources gained from that growth will be distributed, including the women, by giving due consideration to the rights of all people to create virtuous cycle. That is the message. Please wait until the Prime Minister Kishida arrives. Ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Kishida will enter this room. Please welcome the Prime Minister with a big applause. Before the opening, we would like to ask you to observe a moment of silence for the late Prime Minister Abe, who launched WAW in 2014. Please rise. Please observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you very much. I would now like to invite Prime Minister Kishida Fumio to give opening remarks. Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, President Guðni Jóhannesson of Iceland. Your Excellency, President Maja Sandu of Moldova. Your Excellency, Executive Director Shima Bahus of UN Women. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Thank you very much for coming to this gathering of World Assembly for Women. WAW. Thank you very much for coming. When I was the Foreign Minister, that was in 2014, the first meeting of WAW was held. It is indeed a great pleasure that I see the first holding of WAW in the last 3 years. In the past several decades, including the developing nations. In the whole world, women have made major strides in the society. However, on the other hand, I note that there are major challenges still remaining, such as the social discrepancy for women and girls, as well as gender inequality. There are situations where we observe such challenges. For example, under COVID pandemic, many countries reported the rise in the gender-based violence, which is called shadow pandemic. In the places of healthcare and nursing care, women occupy majority of essential workers, and they are forced to go into excessive labor against the high infection risks. Also, in countries like Ukraine, it is said that 90% of the displaced people are women and children. There are countless reports committed by Russian soldiers, such as the sexual violence against the women. In this context, in all dimensions of the society, we must have the gender-based perspective so that we can lead into the social growth, the vitality of every and each person of the society. That is the gender mainstreaming, which is demanded more than ever now. Ladies and gentlemen, economic independence of women is the core of a new form of capitalism. In order to realize a society where everyone can lead a lively way of life, we must reflect the perspective from the position of women into the policies and institutions. To that end, I have been promoting the virtuous cycle of growth and distribution, incorporating gender mainstreaming. For example, to major corporations of Japan, I have made some approaches regarding the mandatory disclosure of the percentage of the women's wage in relation to men's wages, as well as the programs for rectifying the wage gap between men and women. Also, I am positively working on the programs and projects like paternity leave, post-delivery leave for daddies. In the arena of international development cooperation, for example, to the women fleeing from Afghanistan and other battlegrounds of Ukraine, we are providing temporary evacuation facilities. For the women in the regions of Asia and Africa, the leadership training as well as the assistance for their economic independence are implemented. In the island of Mindanao, Ms. Anita Taha Arab learned the women's role in peace building through the United Nations UN Women that Japan supports. She learned the women's role, and now she has her own radio program that she MCs. Through this radio program, she is talking to women listeners, what is the women's rights and what are the roles of women. And she is talking about the significance of women's participation in the process of peace building. Japan, going forward, will continue to work through JICA and UN Women, as well as the Global Fund for the conflict-related sexual violence survivors. Through such organizations, we will look into each and every woman of the world so that they can enhance their capability and their human rights are protected, as well as they will actively participate into peace and security. So in these fields, we will connect these policy measures of a variety of areas so that international community as a whole can work toward the realization of gender equality. What kind of approaches and works should we do? That is to be discussed in this place of WAW. World Assembly for Women. In this year's WAW, under the ideal of new form of capitalism, we have the authorities coming from various countries of the world discussing a variety of issues. And by connecting these points organically from the perspective of gender, we would like to accelerate the gender mainstreaming. Rectification of wage gap between men and women, programs for women in the decarbonized society, gender in the disaster reduction. These are the issues, a mountain of issues that we should be working at. Other than those, we will have to look into the perspectives of the younger generation who are the bearers of future. We will look into various issues in the regions and localities so that we would like to have the discussion which will transcend generations and regions. From that perspective, for the first time in this WAW meeting, the local satellite venues and Tokyo's venue would be connected online so that people from various regions can directly participate. Today we have the presence of the President Johannesson of Iceland, together with late Prime Minister Abe. The president was given he for she champion, the first generation he for she of UN Women, and I have received the honor of becoming the second generation champion. It is indeed a great honor that I am sharing this podium with President Johannesson. So with the gender-related approaches, I hope I will instruct so that many men will participate in the programs. For the realization of society where everyone can have a lively way of life, I hope the WAW today be an important springboard to that end. I would like to thank every one of you for your participation today, and thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Kishida. Thank you very much for sharing your strong determination to promote gender equality. He for she champion was mentioned, and memento in commemoration of Prime Minister Kishida assuming the role of the second he for she champion will be presented. In order to promote gender equality, involvement of men is essential, and UN Women has started he for she campaign in 2014. Today, to commemorate the assuming of the role of the champion by Prime Minister Kishida, a keepsake will be presented by Dr. Sima Bahous, Executive Director of UN Women. Executive Director Bahous, please come up to the stage. Please welcome Executive Director Bahous with a round of applause. Prime Minister Kishida, please come to the center of the stage. Please proceed to the center of the stage. Executive Director Bahous of UN Women will first explain what he for she is and will present the memento to the Prime Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, Your Excellency, the Prime Minister. I am so honored and so privileged to be here with you, sharing the stage and also sharing this conference with all the lovely women and girls and leaders for gender equality from around the world, and also to be participating in this 2022 WAW Women Assembly, World Women Assembly for Women. So I'm very happy to be here, Your Excellency, and we have heard you. We were very happy to hear you on the sidelines of the General Assembly this September, and your loud voice and your very committed voice to gender equality here in Japan and around the world. We know that Japan is an international partner for the international community, and we know that you are committed to mainstreaming gender equality and to ensure that the voices of women and girls from throughout the world are heard and amplified and also, as you said, work towards a new form of capitalism, inclusion and diversity. So we thank you very much for that. And I have something I need to give you.
今、記念品がお手元に届きました。
Thank you. I am really honored, on behalf of UN Women, to present you the tie of the He for She. You are our champion, second generation, but you are the champion today of He for She in this wonderful World Assembly for Women. So congratulations, and please allow me to present this to you as a token of our deep, deep appreciation for your leadership and for the leadership of Japan as well in the international community and for women and gender mainstreaming. Thank you.
Thank you.
今、チャンピオンの証のネクタイが記念品として贈られました。
As the evidence of the champion, the necktie was presented by Executive Director Bahous. Dr. Bahous, Prime Minister Kishida, thank you very much. Please once again send the round of applause. And could you please step down from the stage, and we will now have a photo session.
では、そのままですね。
Now, Dr. Bahous, could you stand up, and Prime Minister Kishida, please face towards the stage, and the audience members, please also stand up, and please look towards the stage, and we will have a photo session.
マスク着用のまま舞台の方を見ていただき
Audience members, please continue to wear masks, and please look at the stage.
それではステージの方にカメラマンがおりますので
Photographers are on the stage. Please look at the camera, and please give us your best smile.
Please smile とても素敵な笑顔です。
I see
ありがとうございます。もうしばらく
nice smile of all of you.
はい、続いて別のカメラになります。
Next, a different photographer will be taking photo again.
はい、記念撮影は終了しました。皆様ご協力
Thank you
あり
very
がとうござい
much.
ました。
This is the end of the photo session. Prime Minister Kishida will be leaving us, and thank you very much once again, Prime Minister.
今日一日実りのあるたくさん、熱い議論を進めてまいりたいと思います。
There will be, I'm sure, fruitful and enthusiastic discussion throughout the day today.
続きまして講演に移りたいと思います。
Next, I would like to invite the keynote speakers. First keynote speaker is President Guðni Johannesson of Iceland. Iceland is ranked number 1 for 13 consecutive years in Gender Gap Index announced annually by the World Economic Forum, and is a country leading in gender equality. In parliament and in cabinet, women account for more than 40%. President Guðni Johannesson is leading efforts himself to achieve gender equality and has been on parental leave
5回の
5 times himself.
されています。それではステージの方に
President Johannesson, please proceed to the stage. Please welcome President Johannesson with an applause.
それではヨハネさん大統領
President Johannesson, please take the floor.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to listen to the Prime Minister of Japan and Executive Director of UN Women and President Maya Sandu, who was here with us, and other guests. It is a great pleasure for me to deliver this keynote address at this important conference. And I thank our hosts for the honor hereby shown to Iceland. The issue to be addressed is a vital one: to seek out ways to achieve greater gender equality around the world, and hence to safeguard the human rights of all members of society, and thereby to enhance the well-being and welfare of the population. I would like to share with you some stories from my home country. We are a small island nation in the middle of the Atlantic, a sovereign state of fewer than 400,000 people. Some things we do very well, others not so well. Women, for instance, are still at a disadvantage in various fields of our society, not least in the workplace and in business life. Fewer girls than boys study the sciences, STEM subjects, and we still have to deal with domestic and sexual violence, of which the victims are predominantly women. Yes, there is still work to be done. Yet, in matters of gender equality, we Icelanders are doing better than most other nations, or even perhaps better than all others, to judge from studies and assessments carried out in recent years. In that field, we are leaders, and I hope I may be permitted to say so unapologetically here in this hall, and if only because this is why I can bring a message here which may prove helpful to others. The truth is, ladies and gentlemen, that gender equality is not only a matter of fairness. Gender equality is not concerned solely with human rights. Those are not the only reasons why gender equality is among the UN Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 5 on that noble list. No, gender equality is also absolutely a matter of objective interests. Increased gender equality benefits all in society. When we all have the same opportunities and rights to show what we're capable of, society as a whole benefits. People prosper better in their working lives when domestic responsibilities are shared. Therefore, gender equality is also concerned with economic growth and prosperity, national competitiveness in a tough world. This is something that we in Iceland feel we know. But women and men have not, of course, always enjoyed absolute equality in Iceland. For centuries, the weaker sex, as women were called, were subjected to oppression and injustice. When workers started to be paid for their work in money, women were paid far less than men, although they worked just as hard. Girls had less right to education than boys, and there are many more examples of inequality between the sexes. But gradually, progress was made. In 1915, Icelandic women gained the right to vote in parliamentary elections, though initially not quite on equal terms with men. And in 1961, legislation was passed on equal pay for equal work. And the year 1975 was a symbolic landmark. A Women's Day Off was organized in order to demonstrate the vital role played by women in society, both in the home and on the labor market. All over Iceland, women left their workplaces and homes to gather at mass meetings where they demanded a fairer society. But dare I? Will I? Can I? Those were the words women sang in a popular anthem of the time. The answer was a resounding, yes, I dare, I can, I will. My grandma sang this, I remember that. But women continued to be few and far between in positions of authority, as parliamentarians, government ministers, company directors, CEOs, judges, and ambassadors. When I was born, 54 years ago, Iceland was still a man's world. But matters continue to progress in the right direction. A major step forward was taken in 1980 when the Icelandic nation elected a woman president, Vigdís Finnbogadóttir. She became the world's first democratically elected female head of state. Since then, 2 women have served as prime ministers of Iceland, and about half the members of our parliament are now women. Women have also played a growing role as government ministers, company directors, and elsewhere in society. Now, these advances didn't simply happen by themselves. We benefited from the efforts of women who were no longer prepared to put up with inequality. And we benefited from the contribution of forward-looking men who grasped that in the long term, inequality hampers both women and men. And we have continued to enact laws which are conducive to gender equality in private life and in the workplace. For instance, laws that provide for fathers and mothers to have equal and equally divided entitlement to a 12-month-long paid parental leave. And here I also mention recent legislation on the equal status and rights of the genders, and not least laws on certification of pay equity, which is intended to outlaw gender-based discrimination in the employment market. Ladies and gentlemen, facts and laws tell their story about the Icelanders' clear will and objectives that have been attained. But the story can also be told in a different way. I mentioned the election of President Vigdís in 1980. At that time, it was not taken for granted that a woman could be president. Can a woman be president? That was a question that was asked in Iceland in 1980, but certainly not in 2022. But in 1980, it was not a matter of course for girls to participate, for instance, in sports as actively as they do today. As we speak, the World Cup in men's football is taking place, and I wish the Japanese team continued success after their splendid performance so far. Congratulations. A recent Icelandic book for young readers is set in 1980, the year that Vigdís was elected president. It tells a story of 2 12-year-old girls, Ninna and Gerða. You don't have to remember their names, but you have to remember the story. They want to go to football practice, just like the boys, because there are no training sessions then for the girls. But in this novel, the coach tells them that they cannot train with the boys. And the story reads as follows, and I quote, "The coach smirked before he turned to us girls. 'Go home and play, girls. You've distracted us enough.' And one of the girls says, or feels, she describes her feeling like this. 'I felt anger, pumping my blood pressure up, but I still tried to keep my voice calm as I told him, "Wow, you are so out of date. It's 1980. Face it. We're going to have a woman president. You can't stop girls playing football." The coach roared with laughter. "A woman president? There will always be a man in that office." "There's no rule about it," I snarled. I was really upset now, but the coach was annoyed. "If it ain't broke, don't fix it. There's no need to change." "Lots of people are going to vote for Vigdís," added Ninna. "She'll be our next president." The coach smirked. "No chance." "No chance," he said. "He who laughs last laughs best," as the saying goes. We elected a female president, and in football, our women's team, our girls, have had huge success internationally, just like the men's team. Admittedly, we just missed qualifying for the Women's World Cup next year. But Japan's team will be there, as in all previous contests, and I wish them also every success. So, ladies and gentlemen, this little tale I have just told you about Ninna and Gerða and Vigdís shows how much things can change for the better in a very short time, just half a century, less than that. All that is needed is the will for change. And this football history also shows us that in some fields, you, the people of Japan, our kind hosts here today, have so far achieved more than we Icelanders. In other fields, perhaps, we may be able to provide some guidance on the best way forward, the way towards greater equality, the way towards increased prosperity and well-being in society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. 力強いスピーチでした。
Thank you very much for that very powerful speech. We will change. That was a very encouraging speech. We learned that Iceland used to be male-dominated society, and he shared the journey of Iceland since then. Thank you very much.
アイスランドのヨハネソン大統領のお話を。
Thank you, President Johannesson of Iceland. Next.
島サミ・バフース UN
Next keynote speaker is Executive Director Simasami Bahus of UN Women. UN Women is the only UN organization whose objective is to achieve women's empowerment and gender equality. Japan supports UN Women's activities in Asia, Africa, and Middle East.
バフース
Executive Director Bahus served in ministerial posts in her home country, Jordan, and then served as permanent representative of Jordan to the United Nations prior to assuming the current position of Executive Director, UN Women, in October 2021. Executive Director Bahus, you have the floor.
Thank you. Prime Minister Kishida, President Johannesson, in your absence, Excellencies, distinguished representatives from government, private sector, academia, youth groups, civil society, ladies and gentlemen. The 2022 World Assembly for Women is a testament of our shared commitment to placing gender equality at the forefront of the multilateral arena. This is both a matter of human rights and a critical path for achieving our sustainable development goals. WAW is an opportunity to discuss the unique leadership role that women and girls can and must play in key agendas such as the environment, climate change, energy, finance, public policy, public security, and more. We are now nearly halfway to the 2030 endpoint of the Sustainable Development Goals. 7 more years to go. It saddens me to report, however, that at the current rate of progress, it will not take us 7 years to achieve gender equality, but rather 300 years. This is the latest estimate for the time it will take us to remove the discriminatory laws and close the gaps in legal protections for women and girls. I am sure that none of us here today will want to wait 300 years. Violent conflict, displacement, the growing climate emergency, the repercussions of the global pandemic, and vocal anti-feminist movements have reversed generational gains in women's rights. The consequences of these crises hit women and girls the hardest. The facts are not in doubt. You are here because you know the situation, but I would like to share a few examples of the fresh urgency of this important meeting. Violence against women is so pervasive that every 11 minutes, one woman or girl in the world is killed by someone in her family. As I speak today, my 11 minutes with you is marred and marked by those deaths, and by every 11 minutes that follow, until we put an end to violence against women. We are in the middle of the 16 days of activism to end violence against women and girls. I urge you all to reflect on the statistics and to increase your own actions to put an end, once and for all, to all violence against women and girls. Excellencies, globally, over 380 million women and girls live in extreme poverty, on less than $1.9 per day. That is around 3 times the population of Japan, all struggling to survive on $1.9 a day. School and daycare closures due to the COVID-19 pandemic led to an estimated 512 billion additional hours of unpaid childcare globally, all done by women. These are devastating statistics of suffering, poverty, and injustice. The good news is that not only do we know the problems, but we also know the solutions. Our task is not working out what needs to be done, but rather mobilizing the will and commitment to do it. We do not have the excuse that this is too complicated, too new, or too expensive. We can do this, and because we can, we must. I will highlight 3 cross-cutting areas that can drive the change we need to see. First, protecting and supporting the rights of women and girls as a powerful force for societal change. Second, guaranteeing a full and equal seat at the table for women in decision-making and leadership positions. Third, ensuring that our promises about the pursuit of gender equality are reflected in what we fund. I commend highly the Kishida administration for declaring the focus of the WAW on mainstreaming gender into a new form of capitalism. Recognizing the unique role played by women in advancing society, as well as the economic benefits of empowering women, shows foresight and leadership. And I commend the government of Japan for influencing its national private sector and pushing for female participation and career advancement, which resulted in an almost doubling of women in managerial positions from 6.9 in 2012 to 11.2% in 2018. I also commend the Japanese Parliament for pushing strongly on this agenda. Gender inequality is a critical economic challenge. If women who account for half of the world's working-age population do not achieve their full economic potential, we are all shortchanged. While all types of inequality have economic consequences, a McKinsey Global Institute report noted that advancing women's equality can add $12 trillion to global growth by 2025. Why would we waste those economic dividends? We must give women equality in the workforce. Excellencies, progress on SDG 5 will remain out of reach unless long-term structural barriers to gender equality, including discriminatory norms, laws, and practices, are addressed and dismantled. WAW will also be a chance for us to break free from the same stereotypes that have confined women and men in mandated roles and responsibilities. We must use all the tactics at our disposal, including special measures like quotas, to guarantee a seat at the table for women in decision-making and leadership positions. These quotas can be transitional. The glass ceiling is still intact. In private sector worldwide, close to 1 in every 3 managers or supervisors is a woman. Women represent only 1 in 4 members of parliament worldwide and are just 34% of those elected to local governments. And higher up in the echelons of power, women are even fewer in numbers. There are less than 10% of heads of state and government women. Our recently released 2022 Gender Snapshot on progress on the SDGs again lends urgency of our deliberations through its findings. Despite several improvements, especially in local government structures, at the current pace of change, it will take us another 140 years, nearly 1.5 centuries, to achieve parity in women's representation. But there are gleams of progress to encourage us. I recognize with satisfaction that Japan has close to 300 companies that have signed up for the Women's Empowerment Principles, known as WEPs. These offer guidance to business on how to promote gender equality and women's empowerment in the workplace marketplace, and community. Established by the UN Global Compact and UN Women, the WEPs are informed by international labor and human rights standards and grounded in the recognition that businesses have a stake in and a responsibility for gender equality and women's empowerment. They are a primary vehicle for corporate delivery on gender equality dimensions of 2030 Agenda and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. By joining the WEPs community, CEOs signal commitment to this agenda at the highest level of the company. They agree to work collaboratively in multi-stakeholder networks to foster business practices that empower women. These include equal pay for work of equal value, gender-responsive supply chain practices, and zero tolerance against sexual harassment in the workplace. Each of these tackle aspects of the areas I pinpointed earlier of poverty, gender-based violence, and just inclusion. So I am encouraged by the strong commitment of the business community in Japan to adopt and implement the WEPs, as well as the government of Japan's commitment to promote women's economic empowerment. Combining these efforts and continuing to dismantle structural barriers for women's participation can provide a key pathway for a successful post-COVID-19 recovery in Japan and worldwide. Dear friends, gender equality is the closest we have to a magic bullet for development and progress. It is the most powerful multiplier of success across the range of our objectives. There is a close correlation between gender equality and stability, resilience, poverty reduction, growth, and social cohesion. So SDG 5 is fundamental to all SDGs. Without gender equality, we cannot achieve any of the Sustainable Development Goals. Excellencies, a starting point for everything we do must be sound gender analysis that distinguishes the impact of policy choices of women and men. For example, ample evidence shows that if cash transfers are given to women, social safety nets are more effective in delivering on objectives from poverty reduction to child nutrition and education. Yet only a quarter of countries have a comprehensive system to track gender-responsive budgeting. This is a glaring missed opportunity. As we meet here, conflict, climate, and COVID-19 present existential threats. All of us read the news with trepidation. All of us concerned with gender equality bear the perpetual drumbeat of horrifying statistics. We are not here, though, to commiserate. We are here to assert that we have the roadmap. We know that empowering women and girls to live up to their full potential is the key that unlocks our common challenges. We know that we must create a sea change in political will, public commitment, and accelerated action, and we will demand exactly that. Japan will take on the presidency of the G7 in 2023. I call on Japan to place gender equality and women's empowerment at the heart of the global agenda in that role and others. I am confident that Japan will do exactly that with the leadership of Prime Minister Kishida. I know that you will also, as Japan, be taking a seat at the UN Security Council, and we call also for working on women, peace, and security worldwide to help women and girls throughout the crises that our world is facing. UN Women remains an unwavering partner to Japan as you tackle these challenges head-on. I look forward to this Assembly's fruitful discussions and its vital leadership role in bringing the changes that the world so greatly needs. I thank you.
バフース事務局長、ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Executive Director Bahous. Worldwide challenges and what is possible were discussed in her speech covering a broad scope. Now we have received a video message for WAW 2022. We have video messages from the former United Secretary former United States Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern of New Zealand, President Ursula von der Leyen of the European Commission, Prime Minister Sanna Marin of Finland, United Nations Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo, UN Women Goodwill Ambassador Anne Hathaway. Video messages will be shown in the order I have introduced. Screen will be coming down on the stage in front of you. Please wait for a moment. Please enjoy the video messages.
Hello to everyone in Japan gathered for the World Assembly for Women. I regret that I'm unable to join you in person, but it is an honor to greet you through this video message and send my warmest wishes. It has been 27 years since I declared that women's rights are human rights in my remarks at the 4th World Conference on Women in Beijing in 1995. Now, I wish I could say that message is old news, but even though we have made great progress toward achieving global gender equality since then, we still, as we all know, have a long way to go. Recent crises like the coronavirus pandemic, protests against the oppressive regime in Iran, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and the rollback of basic rights here in the United States have highlighted the continued vulnerability of women and girls. That's why this convening is so important. The World Assembly for Women provides an opportunity for all of us to come together as a global community to imagine, envision, and pursue an equal, just, peaceful world. And with Japan set to host the G7 summit and become a non-permanent member at the UN Security Council next year, what better time to recommit ourselves to achieving gender equality? After all, the status of the world's women is not only a matter of morality and justice, it is also a political, economic, and social imperative. The world cannot make lasting progress if women and girls in the 21st century are denied our rights and left behind. So I look forward to hearing the results of your discussions today. I hope they are fruitful and will help contribute to a future in which every person around the world, no matter who they are or where they were born, has every opportunity to pursue and fulfill their potential. Thank you so much for what you are doing, and let's work together to make our ideas and commitments a reality.
Minasama konnichiwa, kia ora tātou katoa, ngā mihi nui kia koutou, as we say in Aotearoa, New Zealand. This is a warm greeting and an expression of gratitude for the opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you to the Government of Japan and the organisers of the World Assembly for Women for convening this important event, In particular, I want to acknowledge Prime Minister Kishida Fumio for extending a kind invitation to me to contribute to Japan's 6th World Assembly for Women. We must work together to ensure our economies are inclusive, resilient and equitable. Here in New Zealand, we're focused on building a productive, sustainable and inclusive economy in which the benefits of growth are shared more fairly. As this important gathering today demonstrates, empowering women and girls is essential to this mission. We have a whakatauki or proverb in New Zealand. Me aro koe ki te ha o hini ahu one. Pay heed to the dignity of women. This is a saying that reminds us of the power and potential of women in all their diversity. Power that for so long has been constrained by rigid gender norms and stereotypes, causing often women to be excluded from systems and structures. We know that here in New Zealand, women are more likely to take breaks from paid work to undertake caring responsibilities with a corresponding impact on their career and employment opportunities. But we want our families to be able to choose what's best for them. We want families to be able to choose who will be their primary caregiver and to choose if they want to work or not. To ensure there is more of a choice, we've increased paid parental leave to 26 weeks, and this can be taken by either parent. We've continued to increase our Working for Families payment, which supports families with the cost of raising a child. And we've created the Best Start payment, which provides a universal child payment for families with a newborn. We're making childcare and after-school care more affordable for many families to better support parents who want to enter work or further training. Measures like these ensure parents have more of a choice around what's best for them and supports them back into work if they choose to. Unequal pay is also one of the most persistent barriers to women's economic empowerment. Just last month, we celebrated the milestone of 50% women in Parliament. This was an incredibly special moment, as for the first time in our history, women had an equal share of seats. In October, New Zealand also celebrated 50 years of the Equal Pay Act, which has been instrumental in championing equal pay for equal work. While we've reduced the gender pay gap to 9.2%, there is more work to be done. In June, we launched our first ever Women's Employment Action Plan. Now, this plan seeks to address issues in the labour market to ensure women are financially secure and supported to meet their paid and unpaid work commitments. Importantly, the plan features actions to improve employment pathways for women who may be marginalised or discriminated against at work, including Indigenous Māori women and Pasifika women, young and older women, disabled women, women who are former refugees and recent migrants, and women in the LGBTIQ+ community. By creating a more inclusive labour market with gender-responsive infrastructure that responds to women's needs, we can enable women and girls to reach their potential. Doing so will build greater resilience into our people and economy and help us to overcome future challenges and uncertainty. I know that despite the multiple challenges we face, we can continue to improve outcomes for women and girls and support sustainable, inclusive and equitable growth across our region and the world. Let's take action and work towards new solutions together. Thank you for your attention today. Arigato gozaimasu. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa.
Dear Prime Minister Kishida, ladies and gentlemen, the past 2 years have not been good for equality and women's rights. In Europe, for the first time in a decade, gender inequality has grown because of the pandemic. More women than men lost their job or quit their job to take care of their loved ones. In addition, many women had to give up on their education. This means less economic independence, less rewarding careers, and smaller pensions. Of course, the pandemic has not undone all the hard-won gains we have made together in recent years, but it has shown how fragile they are. And this is why I am particularly grateful for the World Assembly for Women for putting once again gender equality at the top of our agenda. And I can assure you, Europe stands firmly at your side. Let me briefly illustrate this with 3 of our most recent initiatives. First, we are breaking the glass ceiling that prevents women from reaching the top of large listed European companies. With our directive Women on Boards, we will ensure that 40% of non-executive directors and 1/3 of all directors are women. There are plenty of women qualified for top jobs. And with our new European law, we will make sure that they have a real chance to get them. Second, equal and better rights for mothers and fathers. Since this summer, we have minimum standards for paternity and parental leave applying in all 27 EU countries. And we have made flexible working arrangements easier. This is crucial to bring and keep more women in the jobs market. And it is something that more and more fathers also rightly so demand. Because no woman or man should have to choose between being a parent or having a career. This is also what our new care strategy is all about. This is my 3rd point. We are setting childcare targets to be reached by 2030. At least 50% of children below the age of 3, and 96% between 3 and their primary school age should have access to childcare and early education. Achieving gender equality is not only a domestic priority, but also a global one. Europe is also leading by example on the international stage. I'm sure you all have seen the Spotlight initiative. We're working with the UN and with 26 countries around the world with targeted and specific plans to end violence against women and girls. Or take our commitment at the level of the G7. Together with our partners, we will assess the impact of our policy proposal on gender equality. And we will closely monitor the progress we achieve within the G7. Ladies and gentlemen, as a woman in leading positions for many years, I know 2 things for sure. Achieving gender equality requires constant attention and action. And gender equality must not only be a topic for the HR departments, but for the top level of every institution and company. They have to be the driver. I know I can count on Japan, also in its upcoming G7 presidency, to keep women empowerment high on the global agenda. Together, we can lay the ground for a more equal world. Thank you very much.
I'm pleased to be speaking at the World Assembly for Women this year. I would like to thank the government of Japan for organizing this important event. Gender equality was an important topic on the agenda during my visit to Tokyo in May. I value the attention that His Excellency Prime Minister of Japan, Mr. Fumio Kishida, is paying to promotion of women's empowerment. Finland is a stable and prosperous society today because we understood very early in our history that we need to have everyone on board in building our nation. 1/2 of the population cannot have fewer rights and opportunities than the other. Gender equality is in the interest of the whole society. In Finland, women's participation in working life is very high. High-quality public daycare at a reasonable cost and a well-functioning parental leave system have played a key role in making this a reality. A woman's right to decide freely on her own body, sexuality and reproduction is crucial. Currently, 1/2 of the members of the parliament in Finland are women. But even Finland still have work to do to reach full gender equality. More needs to be done to combat gender-based violence. Gender pay gap remains in the labour market. While digitalization provides new opportunities for our participation in society, it also comes with risks. Online gender-based violence limits participation and is a threat to democracy, and we must find global solutions to fight it. Finland and Japan are like-minded countries. It is important for us to share best practices, as we are doing here today at the World Assembly for Women. I wish you a successful meeting. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It is my honor to join you for the World Assembly for Women. Thank you to the government of Japan for inviting me. As the U.S. Secretary of Commerce, improving women's economic security is one of my top priorities. When women participate in an economy, that economy sees greater growth than those that limit women's economic participation. And that's why we're focused on policies that enable more women to get the skills and support they need to participate in the global economy. Just 2 months ago, we announced an upskilling initiative as part of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, or IPEF. IPEF is a collaborative approach to deepen economic engagement and set an affirmative economic agenda for the region, and Japan is a key leader with us in this effort. Over the next decade, the upskilling initiative will bring more than 7 million training and education opportunities to women and girls in IPEF emerging economies and middle-income countries. These opportunities will help address inequities in labor force participation, pay, and access to financial services. We've partnered with the Asia Foundation and 14 U.S. companies to provide the initiative's training and education opportunities using digital tools. We welcome broader participation from IPEF partners, including from Japanese companies. The Commerce Department is also leading multiple women's economic empowerment activities in the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum, where we're focused on expanding economic opportunities for women entrepreneurs and women-owned small businesses through cross-border trade. Cross-border e-commerce offers incredible opportunity for women-owned businesses to access international markets, find new customers, and build value through exposure to new technologies. Our efforts are helping women entrepreneurs access the digital technologies and get the skills they need to participate in e-commerce and digital trade. These examples are just the beginning. There's so much more work to do, and that's why convenings like the World Assembly of Women are so important when it comes to unlocking women's economic potential. Thank you again to the government of Japan for bringing this assembly together. I wish you a successful day of discussions, and I so look forward to continuing our work together.
Women's participation and equal power is fundamental to progress for everyone. It's my regret to share with you that during the pandemic, women did an additional 512 billion hours of unpaid care work at home. While I let that statistic sink in, I would like to acknowledge the essential importance of care. Care is fundamental to the basic functioning of our economies and societies, and I'm not meaning to suggest otherwise. In fact, the reality is, everyone will need care at some point in their life. However, we must also recognize the reality that the current way care is provided and valued is unfair and unsustainable. We must address the cultural biases that automatically label care as women's work. Even before the pandemic, women spent more than 3 times as many hours as men on unpaid care and domestic work. It was unfair then, it's worse now. It's time to admit that something is very, very off. Whether or not we mean to, the fact is, we are taking advantage of women. UN Women would like to propose these practical and immediate actions. Ask governments to support care services, pay the taxes that fund them, prioritize the creation of family-friendly workplaces which include flexible working hours, paid parental leave, and in-house childcare facilities. The stakes simply couldn't be higher. The world, not just women, needs innovative solutions more than ever. Optimizing inclusivity is our best chance at success. Prioritize women for the good of all.
皆様からのメッセージをお聞きいただきました。
Thank you very much for these video messages. Global Common Challenge Gender Equality was also addressed in the video messages, and this is the very topic we would like to have in-depth discussion today. Now, after the video messages, we will prepare the stage and the room for discussion by the participants. Please wait for a moment. We will now begin the high-level roundtable, mainstreaming gender into a new form of capitalism. Let me introduce the speakers. We have with us today President Maya Sandu of the Republic of Moldova, Foreign Minister Batmahin Batutsezek of Mongolia, Minister for Social and Family Development, Republic of Singapore, Minister Masagos Zulfikil, Second Minister in charge of Muslim Affairs, Minister in charge of policies related to children, cohesive society, women's empowerment, Minister Ogura Masanobu, State Minister for Foreign Affairs, Yamada Kenji, Vice President Hayashi Tomoko of the Economic and Social Research Institute of the Cabinet Office. The session will be moderated by Ms. Mori Masako, Special Advisor to the Prime Minister of Japan. Ms. Mori, over to you, please.
Thank you very much. I am Masako Mori, Special Advisor to the Prime Minister's Office. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming from far over long distance. It is indeed a great honor that I have this opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, in this conference hall, from early morning, you participated and you listened to Prime Minister Kishida's speech as well as video messages from other leaders. Once again, regarding women's empowerment, I guess that our thoughts are all united. Now, I will turn to everyone for their speech and remarks. First, I'd like to turn to Mr. Yamada, State Secretary for Foreign Affairs. Can you talk about the Japanese situation? So can you please start?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kenji Yamada, State Minister for Foreign Affairs. I participated in the previous fall 2019 as Parliamentary Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs. Due to the COVID pandemic, for the first time in 3 years, fall 2022 is held now, and it is a great pleasure to participate. First, gender mainstreaming aims to reflect the perspective of gender equality in all policies and institutions, and is the main theme of this year's WAW. Japan will assume the non-permanent seat on the UN Security Council and will hold the presidency of the G7 next year. At the UN, G7, and G20, Women's participation in decision-making and gender considerations are will be constantly discussed in various fields such as environment, climate change, energy, finance, and security. The new form of capitalism advocated by the Kishida administration is based on a virtuous cycle of growth and distribution. It promotes a virtuous cycle of growth and distribution by transforming social issues into engines of growth and distributes the fruits of that growth for further growth. Gender mainstreaming, which incorporates gender perspectives into all areas, is expected to further promote a virtuous cycle of growth and distribution by generating new perspectives and innovation. Human rights due diligence, an attempt to identify, prevent, and mitigate negative impacts on human rights, including women's rights, in corporate activities, which has become a global trend in recent years, is another initiative that lays the foundation for a virtuous cycle. Women's economic independence is at the core of the new form of capitalism. This is because a virtuous cycle of growth and distribution cannot be created without a foundation for women's economic independence. For women to gain earning power and economic independence will also lead to their participation in society and will prevent their isolation. Eliminating the wage gap between men and women has been one of the key policies of the Kishida administration as well. Entrepreneurship is one form of economic activities that can be compatible with marriage, raising family, and other life events for women. As many countries are facing the problems of population outflow from rural areas to cities, women's entrepreneurship can be one of the solutions to revitalize rural communities. Japan supports women entrepreneurs in developing countries through its contribution to the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Initiative, WIFI, to create an environment that facilitates women's entrepreneurship and promotes their economic independence. Women also tend to be vulnerable in situations such as conflicts and disaster. Japan has provided temporary shelter for women fleeing the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Japan also supports women survivors of sexual violence in countries such as Iraq and the Democratic Republic of Congo through the Global Fund for Survivors of Conflict-Related Sexual Violence. Often isolated within their families and communities due to stigma, these women receive livelihood support and are able to become financially independent, enabling them to gradually regain their dignity and confidence and return to their communities. In order to realize gender equality and women's empowerment, men's awareness must be transformed and men should also be involved. Prime Minister Kishida has been appointed as the champion of He for She campaign led by UN Women. I myself will also work to expand men's awareness and involvement in gender issues. Furthermore, in order to make gender mainstreaming sustainable, I believe it is necessary to increase the interest of young people who will be involved as the next generation in various gender-related issues such as education, employment, marriage, and child rearing. And we must listen to their voices and incorporate them into policies. If we can create a virtuous cycle of growth and distribution through gender mainstreaming in various fields, I am convinced that we can realize a peaceful and prosperous society in which everyone can feel fulfillment in life. I believe that that is the new form of capitalism. I would like to ask for your deep understanding of this, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you indeed. That was the remarks by Mr. Kenji Yamada, State Minister for Foreign Affairs. He said that he is going to make efforts for enlarging men's awareness and involvement in gender issues. Thank you very much. We We have heard the speech by the State Minister for Foreign Affairs. We would like to have the efficient use of time. So we would like to have remarks from our overseas guests. President Maya Sandu of the Republic of Moldova. President, Your Excellency, thank you very much for traveling over long distance. In view of the Ukrainian situation with Russian aggression, you have come all the way to Japan, which we appreciate very much. President Maya Sandu, can you talk about the women's empowerment?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to speak at this year's conference. And it's an honor for me to share the experience of my country with respect to the activities and the efforts we're making to make the society more inclusive. I'm proud to say that in the last few years, Moldova, my country, has made good progress in increasing the representation of women in the position of power. In 2019, I led the first government which included more women than men. Unfortunately, that government was short-lived, but soon after, in 2020, I was the first woman elected president. And this has been a major achievement because this has proved that our society is ready to support a woman for a very high-level position in the country. Today, our government is led by a woman. The Minister of Interior is a woman. The head of the anti-corruption prosecution is a woman. The head of the Constitutional Court is a woman. The head of the Central Electoral Committee is a woman. And there is a long list, but I'll stop here. Very important. A couple of years ago, we have changed the law and made it compulsory for the political parties to have women, to increase women representation. And today we have a parliament where women account for 40% of all the MPs. So Moldova is a case where the electoral quotas legislation proved to be very effective. This has been made in two steps. For the first time in 2016, we had the obligation to have at least 40% on the election lists, but then we found out that some of the political parties would put women on the list, not on top of the list. So in the end, in the parliament, you still had a poor representation of women, so we had to make the next step and to make sure that the 40%, the minimum 40% of representation is for every single 10 numbers on the list, and it has paid. We have still a pretty low representation of women at the level of local administration. So today, 1 in 5 towns are run by women, but we have local elections next year, and we are sure that this figure is going to grow. So since we have managed to considerably increase the women representation in the position of power, it was, of course, easier to deal with the other problems faced by women because it was easier to adopt legislation which will help us with these problems. So, for instance, we are still facing the issue of violence against women, and when we managed to change the parliament to have a better representation of women in the parliament, this is when we managed to get the parliament support to adopt the Istanbul Convention and then to start implementing the Istanbul Convention and to take specific measures to strengthen the fight against domestic violence. We also have been concerned about increasing the representation of women in some sectors where they were not represented, for instance, the IT, and I'm glad to say that together with the support of the international community, we have managed to put together programs which encourage girls to go and study IT, and now we see some of our girls winning international competitions on robotics and other IT-related events. We are trying to support women in the private sector, and one of the issues that has been mentioned over the years was the fact that women didn't have the right help after the maternity leave to be able to return to the job the moment they want to. So the question of opening more nurseries erased. And since the government didn't have enough money to pay for these services, we just found a solution which involved private sector and enterprises. So this was just to make the legislation or to make a possibility for the private sector to be able to come in and create these services in addition to the services that the state is being offering. We have changed the legislation to offer paternity leave, again, for the families to choose who wants to go to work and who wants to stay with the kids. So what I'm trying to say is that once we managed to bring more women in these high-level positions, it was easier to find solutions to the other problems that women are facing. Of course, it's still not all rosy, because one thing is to adopt legislation and another thing is to implement legislation, and we're still facing issues. And one of the biggest problems that we still need to resolve is fighting violence against women, and this is something that goes beyond adopting legislation. It's about the way the society perceives things and the way the society is ready to deal with these things. But I would like to end this short information with a message of encouraging women to go into politics, because this is how it started in Moldova. It's not easy, but this is the shortest way to getting these issues on the agenda, and then to having efficient solutions for gender mainstreaming. This is what we did. Again, it's not easy to become a politician these days. It's not easy to be a women politician. The hate speech is there, and I would dare to say that it's nastier with respect to women than with respect to men. But we should not feel discouraged. When I was running for the first time for the presidential elections in 2016, my opponents, who were male opponents, would tell me the country is not ready to vote for a woman, so you should not run. And I said, let's see. I said, I do trust the people of Moldova, and I do believe that they're going to choose based on merit and not based on some stereotypes. Well, in 2016, I got 48%, but this didn't stop us. And then we continued to fight, the political fight. We managed to bring the party into the parliament. We managed to change the legislation to bring the quota, to adopt the quota legislation. And then in 2020, we could show to everybody, especially to our male politicians, that the Moldovans are ready to vote for women in high-level positions. And I think this example showed it to other women in Moldova that it is worth fighting, that people do appreciate the agenda that you're promoting, the values that you represent. And thanks to that, we have managed to make some progress. So again, I would like to encourage all the women who are in this room, and not only, not to be afraid of politics, not to be scared of politics. It's not easy, but it does pay off. Thank you.
ありがとうございます、大統領。
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We shouldn't be afraid. I feel that, I take that to my heart. The displaced persons from Ukraine, you have received in large numbers in Moldova, and you are well known as the president of that country. The situation was very tough. So in the brochure, we have we do not have your photograph and your name, but it was a surprise guest. And so we were able to hear firsthand from you the difficulty of becoming a politician as a woman. We also feel that, but we have Mr. Ogura, who is a Minister for Gender Equality, and so we'd like to hear from Minister Ogura for about 5 minutes. He's a great cheerleader. Thank you very much. My name is Ogura, Minister in charge of policies related to children, cohesive society, and women's empowerment, measures for loneliness and isolation. Gender equality and women's empowerment. You are all leaders in this field. And with regard to gender streaming in the new form of capitalism is what I'm going to talk about. I'm very honored to have this opportunity. And the Special Advisor Mori, and to all of you who have made this conference possible, I'd like to pay my respects. Gender equality and women's empowerment is a very important policy and a priority policy of the Japanese government, as Prime Minister Kishida and Mr. Yamada has mentioned. We're trying to realize the circulation, a virtuous cycle, and this is a very important issue. Economic independence on the women would be the core of the new form of capitalism. With regard to economic independence of women, we need to take a comprehensive approach, and so time is rather limited. I'd like to focus on 3 points, and these are Japan's approaches. Relating to the wage difference between men and women, unfortunately here in Japan, women's wages are 3/4 of that of men. It's low by world standards, and rectification of this would be of foremost importance with regard to women's economic independence. Women and men, even if they work in the same organization, because of their work and their responsibilities different, the tendency is for women to be paid less. And the backdrop to this is that it's a system which was formed in the past, and it was at the time taken as a matter of fact that long hours of work were performed by workers and women stayed home. And this is another point which Prime Minister Kishida mentioned. There have been ordinances which have been newly adopted with regard to companies that have more than 301. They have to disclose the wage disparity, and through this, in respective organizations, the wage disparity factors are analyzed, and we hope that this will lead to improvements. With regard to the second point, housework and relieving women's burden with regard to housework, regardless of gender, to support child rearing and work. We have been focusing our approaches in this area. Well, women workers, compared to 2012, was such that 3.4 million was the increase. And we have created child care centers, and there have been a reduction in the number who are on the waiting line, which was 26,000. In 2022, 2,944 was the number. From 2019 October, child care center now services are offered free of charge, so the burden was largely alleviated. But if we look at the people and how they spend time, men spend far less on child rearing, and when women are regular workers and when they have children, compared to women, men's time spent on child rearing is very little. And in the basic policy, women's activeness in society has been positioned as a priority issue. And the Prime Minister mentioned postpartum break for men for child rearing, and we will be focusing on this. And thirdly, on women's participation in decision making. In our country, among the listed companies, the number of women directors are 9%. So compared to the past, there has been a steady increase, but compared to other countries, it's still a very low level. and companies for women to be able to give full play to their power, you have to promote innovation, and you have to feed this into sustain the growth of the company. And globally, people are out to find employees, and it's very important for women to be selected. And as has been mentioned frequently, women employment and the promotion thereof is not only for women, but it's for the society as a whole, and it's to the benefit of the society as a whole. And as for the percentage of women among directors, if the percentage is high, the performance there's a tendency for the performance of that company to be better. In making investment decisions, there's a focus on the percentage of women among directors, and so we would like to promote the increase of women directors in companies. In February, the World Economic Forum announced the gender gap index ranking, and among the 146, 116 was the ranking of Japan. It's embarrassing, and we're still behind. And in education and in health, we're among the top class. In the economics and the political arena, our ranking is very low. So we need to accelerate further approaches. Next year in June, in our country, we will be have the presidency of the G7, and we will have the first meeting of ministers for gender equality in Tochigi Prefecture. And at this meeting, we hope that our country and worldwide, this would provide great momentum. So we'd like to cooperate with the international society. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Minister Ogura. You are the minister, although you are a man, for gender equality issues. And as you've mentioned, for the first time under G7 presidency of Japan, there will be ministerial on gender equality. We would like to extend this network of WAW and lead that to discussion at G7. Unfortunately, Japan ranks 116 out of 146 in gender gap index. But listening to Minister Yamada and Minister Ogura, Japan is taking various initiatives. But since other countries are taking even greater initiatives, Japan's ranking is not improving. Now, what is done in Mongolia? I would like to invite a foreign minister of Mongolia, but to speak next, please.
Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm truly honored to be here at the 6th World Assembly for Women, along with the women leaders from around the world. And I want to thank the government of Japan for organizing this important event and inviting me to participate. This event is indeed timely, given that making progress on gender equality amidst the global pandemic and other disruptions requires unprecedented levels of international cooperation, solidarity, and efforts of everyone. Since the most recent World Assembly for Women was convened in 2019, the COVID-19 pandemic has devastated our lives, affecting women and girls even more severely. It diminished economic prospects for women and girls, increased violence against them, and reversed the hard-won advancements in employment, education, and health. Millions of women left the labor force and lost their employment at a faster rate than men in the last 3 years. According to the UN, women's labor force participation in 2022 is projected to remain below pre-pandemic levels in 169 countries. In addition, at the current rate of progress, it may take another 286 years to remove discriminatory laws and close prevailing gaps in legal protections for women and girls. Simply put, it will take nearly 300 years to achieve gender equality unless we act now. This harsh reality, where many countries have seen a sharp reversal and the gains made for women and girls, reminds us that we must do all we can do fight for their rights. In particular, we must put women and girls at the center of our recovery policies. promote their full and equal participation in decision-making and leadership, and eliminate harmful gender norms by enlisting men and boys as champions of gender equality. Regarding recovery policies, I want to applaud Prime Minister Kishida's proposal to put women's economic independence at the core of the new form of capitalism policy. This is precisely the type of political will and leadership the world needs. And I want to note that our government's new recovery policy also aims to promote the equal participation of men and women in social development and provide equal access to its benefits. This is why Mongolia aims to increase the female labor force participation rate from 47% to 65% by 2030 and 70% by 2050. Mongolia considers the protection of the rights of girls and women and the promotion of gender equality as a core principle of human rights-based development. The Mongolian parliament's decision to criminalize domestic violence in 2016 has been an important stepping stone in the fight to end violence against women and girls. There is still more to be done. Ladies and gentlemen, we can achieve gender equality only with women's full and equal participation in leadership and decision-making, especially in politics. When women frequently put aside their political affiliation, build consensus, and work together in bipartisan way to actively shape legislative agendas, they often address critical issues that tend to be neglected, such as social protection, the status of marginalized groups, and disability and inclusion issues. For example, Mongolian Parliamentary Women's Caucus prioritizes issues related to poverty reduction, employment, combating domestic violence, protecting women's and children's rights, and youth development. In August 22, the Bipartisan Women's Caucus presented a draft law aimed at promoting the participation of women entrepreneurs and supporting women-owned businesses. Yet, despite this critical role played by women, their participation in leadership and decision-making remains extremely low, leaving politics one of the most male-dominated spheres in society. I believe that harmful gender norms and gender-based stereotypes about women are some of the fundamental reasons for this underrepresentation. In many countries, gender norms dictate that men should play active role in politics and leadership roles, whereas women are expected to be subservient. These gender norms are reinforced by powerful stereotypes about women, making it more difficult for them to reach and maintain leadership positions. Therefore, we must work towards changing these harmful gender norms and stereotypes. We must change the hearts and minds of our boys and men. They must be taught by cherish equality, justice, and equity. They must understand that gender equality is not a zero-sum game, but a win-win for everyone. A more gender equal society is a more prosperous and happy society for all. Since taking my duties as the third female foreign minister of Mongolia, I've been working towards promoting and protecting the rights of women diplomats in all aspects of Mongolia's foreign policy. As a result, I'm truly pleased to note that we now have the highest number of women ambassadors and director generals in the foreign service. Also, we opened a kindergarten for diplomats in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Building on this success, we will continue to strive to promote the rights of girls and women and gender equality within the framework of the UN and other international platforms. Mongolia currently serves as a member of the Commission on the Status of Women and the Committee on the Rights of People and Disabilities. Announcing that This is the end. And taking this opportunity, allow me to inform you that we are planning to host the female foreign ministers meeting next year in summer in Mongolia. The meeting will provide a unique opportunity to exchange views on pressing global issues, including but not limited to climate change, peace and security, and the role of female ministers in solving these issues. I believe that the World Assembly for Women will make an important contribution to strengthening the foundation of global women's cooperation by uniting the voices of champions for women and girls and overcoming the socio-economic challenges emerging in the post-pandemic era. I thank you.
Minister Batotsetseg, thank you very much. Women politicians must increase. So you have said the same thing with the president of Moldova. So President Sandu talked about the difficulty yesterday. For the last 10 years, she worked so hard toward the improvement of the situation. I heard directly from President, and I'm sure Minister Batotsetseg went through the same experience. In a place like this, we can share your opinion with the global friends. So other countries are doing so hard, so we have to do our share and we have to step up. My name sounds clear. I am Masako, and another person is Masagos. So when I go to Singapore, I ask him to come, and immediately Minister of Family Development comes immediately to my request. Thank you very much. Floor is yours, Minister Masagos.
Ms. Masako Mori, Special Advisor to the Prime Minister, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me here to share our views, what's happening in Singapore where women development is concerned. I would say that we have been a proponent of women's development since our independence. One of the first laws that we passed was a Women Charter to protect women against violence and to ensure that only monogamous marriage, which was not prevalent then, is a form of protection for our women. As a young nation, 50 years on and more, we have achieved very high literacy rate. 3 in 4 women are participating, employed in our labor market. And I would say that in our parliament, although we are not 50% yet, we are 30% women participation in parliament, but that's higher than the 26% in the international average benchmark. What we have are also proud of is that we are now 7th worldwide for gender equality in the latest UN Human Development Report. Having said that, I will humbly also say that there's still more to do, a lot more to do. And we, therefore, last year before this, 2021, we marked it as the year for celebrating women in Singapore. And we garnered a lot of feedback, both men and women, more than 6,000 of them, and the back of which a white paper was published, presented to Parliament, and unanimously adopted. And I'm very happy to say that the white paper also gave Singaporeans an opportunity, particularly for women, to voice not what the government think they need, what other people think they need, but what they want and how to get where we want to get to. And at the end of the day, we want to make Singapore a fair and inclusive society. And one of the most astounding outcome of that discussion was this approach that we all agree to adopt, and that's called partnership. Rather than to think about what I take, what I get, what I give, but how do we work together? So that just like in those who come from business, synergy, 1 and 1 become 3, not 1 minus 1 becomes 0. And this is where we are approaching our work in developing better for women, even as we have proudly arrived further than many other nations. And I'm very happy that in this forum there are 3 men and not 1 man, where I always appear to be the only one in many forums discussing about women development. So congratulations to Japan. one of the other key, other than partnership, is also the concept of families. Now, families are important in Singapore. And we launched recently for 2025 plan what we call Singapore Made for Families. Singapore Made for Families. This plan is basically to create a Singapore where families are supported across different chapters of their lives. And we also collaborated two research bodies, the Consortium of Institutes on Family, to organize an Asian Family Conference, because we need to deepen our knowledge about the family, where it is going, how do we strengthen it, and we encourage like-minded countries and institutions to contribute to this body of knowledge. Because I think, like many countries in the world, families are very important, cornerstone of society. And when we advance women's development, family too plays a very big aspect of what women want. This is the feedback we get through our dialogue. Families are so important to women. And that is why this conflict that they may have in caregiving, career, are unfair to the choices that they have to make, because the structures around which these choices are made are archaic. They're old. They're 200 years old based on the industry revolution that we have 200 years ago. So it's time for us to change, and we have set out in this white paper 25 action plans by both the government as well as the community that we will be reporting to Parliament over milestones of 5 years. One area which we want to do more of is equal opportunities. I've heard this in many of the discussions here. Although according to a Deloitte report, we have the highest percentage of women CEOs globally, we still think that women face disadvantages. And therefore, we are working with the employers, with the unions, to make sure that we can strengthen workplace practices, including what COVID-19 has taught us. Can we be more flexible about the workplace arrangements? Working from home, for example. In my ministry, when I go to work now, I don't see many cars. I don't see many staff, actually. Many of us can work from home and still can get the work done. And that's a choice our women folk want. One other area is caregiving, and unfortunately, women still bear the majority of the workload, as well as the choices that they make. And we want, again, this partnership about how to make sure and enable both men and women to share this load, and therefore not then disable, or on the positive side, to enable women to make their career choices and advance and achieve the most important things that they want in their lives. So at the end of the day, we have to shift mindsets from what is to what can be. For example, one area I keep mentioning about what more men can do, including in caregiving. I remember when I was a young father, then even in Singapore, when I was carrying my baby, men were sneering at me and say, "Why are you carrying a baby and not your wife?" But today, it's common. We push our prams and we just love carrying babies, and that's a big milestone, maybe small one, but we have to go more beyond what we're doing just carrying babies. Employers must foster family-friendly workplaces, and of course, parents are important role models, because at the end of the day, it is families that pass on good values, including respect for each other and also respect for women. And this is what I think will happen more in Singapore, a shift in values, a shift in paradigm that will enable us to achieve what we have set out in our white paper, the 25 recommendations. And I hope that in 10 years' time, another minister may be sitting here and can tell you that we have achieved all of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, time has come. So for foreign guests, the short performance will begin shortly. So we have a resource person here, and that is Ms. Hayashi, Vice President of the Economic and Social Research Institute of the Cabinet Office. Please.
Thank you very much. I'm Tomoko Hayashi, Vice President of the Economic Social Research Institute of the Cabinet Office. Women and Economy study group is what I'm involved in, and the line of thinking is that, as Prime Minister Kishida mentioned, women's economic independence, this is the core of the new form of capitalism, and because it's the core of this, specifically, what is it important that we do? At the Women's and Economy workshop, under Special Advisor Mori, we're conducting different studies, and Special Advisor Mori for the first time became Special Advisor for Women's Empowerment. So I'm a member of this workshop, and I have been listening to all the interventions. In politics, if there are more women in decision-making scenes, I believe that there'll be an environment which would make life easier for women. For example, laws would be passed. This is a virtuous cycle, I believe, that can be created. Prime Minister talks about the growth and distribution and the virtual cycle. And another point I noticed during the conference is that when there are more increase in women, it'll make life easier for women, and women will be more active and successful in the world. So I believe that this is another virtuous cycle, which is also very outstanding. Thank you very much for your participation today. Based on what I heard today, I would like to continue our discussions under Special Advisor Mori. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the whole day. There are Japanese cultural performance presented. So at the breakout sessions, we would like to delve into discussion. Reception, daytime reception, and evening reception, you can enjoy Japanese delights. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Mori, and big round of applause to the panelists from various countries. Programs and challenges were presented, which were shared. Now, in the center of the stage, we will have the photo session. We will take photographs in the center of the stage.
At
the end of the photo op, we will have a recess. Next breakout session will start from 11:15 as scheduled. So by the time session starts, please go back to your respective places. Receivers of the simultaneous interpretations at the exit, please hand over the equipment to the staff members. President of Moldova had a long trip. She came all the way for this conference. And after this, she goes back. So once again, let's send her off with a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much.
7 名の皆様も素晴らしい。
7 panelists, thank you very much for your wonderful presentation.
この休憩の間ですね、今、森補佐官からもありましたけれども、
30-minute intermission, as Special Advisor Ms. Mori mentioned, in the Sakura room on the ground floor, calligraphy artist Ms. Kanazawa Shoko will give calligraphy demonstration. Ms. Kanazawa started to learn calligraphy from her mother at the age of 5 and held a solo exhibit in Ginza Calligraphy Gallery when she was 20. She has since held solo exhibits in various parts of Japan and around the world. And in 2013, she was awarded the medal with dark blue ribbon in 2013. As a precautionary measure to prevent COVID-19 infection, the demonstration will be open to non-Japanese speakers only. If you are interested, please come to the Sakura room in 3 minutes. Demonstration will be live cast in the lounge on the 4th floor as well. Please enjoy the intermission.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. We would like to begin this breakout session. I am your moderator. Kathy Matsui is my name. I will be your moderator. First of all, I will explain the simultaneous translation receiving channels. Japanese is channel 1, English is channel 2. In this breakout session, participants will be introduced by me from this point onward. As you can see on stage, this session has a lot of speakers. We only have 90 minutes, so let's do our best to control time. Seated next, left of me, is Ms. Bork Shigeko from the United States. At present, so she's working in coaching. So she used to be a homemaker, and then she started her business while raising her children. So Bork Shigeko. Next one is Ms. Katrina Fotovat from the United States. Katrina is the senior official to the Secretary of State in the Office of Global Women's Issues. Within the U.S. government, her organization is positioned, so women's economic empowerment and peace and security are the topics that she looks after. Next one is from Vietnam, Ms. Gwen Tin Ga. In Vietnam, the most influential women manager, one of them. So I would like to introduce her as the most influential manager. BRG Group is the country that she runs in Vietnam. This is a very big company employing 22,000 people. Banking, tourism, leisure, golf, real estate, trade, and retail. So BRG has a multifaceted business sectors. Gwen-san, welcome. Seated next to her is from Japan, Ms. Takeda Kana. She is from Nomura Research Institute Limited, expert researcher. So her expertise is working people in general. Employers, employees, challenges must be resolved. So she makes recommendations. She tries to identify issues for the employers and employees. Next one is Ms. Todoroki Maiko. She is the president and CEO of Poppins Corporation. You know this company. She is the president and CEO of Poppins Corporation. Poppins is a history-making company. IPO. The first SDG IPO was done by her. She is a rare species. I think this company is a rare species in terms of IPO on SDG. So from 2018, she's become the president, and the child caring and the nursing care businesses are developed all across the country. Next person is from Laos. Chantochong Vongse. Chantochong. During the 1990s, she started many multilateral businesses. Until now, from 2014, she has been the chairman, president of the Women's Corporate Leaders Association. It's a very famous organization, I heard. Next one is from Japan, younger people. Younger person, Ms. Okiyama Nanami. She graduated from Waseda University, and this year, Youth 7 Summit, she participated in sustainability, and its track was her domain. And she's now working in financial institutions. Sustainable finance is the topic from which she recommends and she makes proposals. She is the rapporteur of this session. So she will listen to, it is the most challenging job. She has to compile a report out of our discussion. Last but not least, Hayashi Tomoko-san, Vice President of the Economic and Social Research Institute of the Cabinet Office. So she is the resource person of this session. Now then, first of all, about the structure of this session, we will start with the video message. And after the video message, we will have remarks from each speaker for 5 minutes each. And then we will have the overall discussion. If you participated in the past WAW meetings, the objective of WAW is not to complain only. We don't raise problems, we want to suggest solutions. We try to consider solutions and we try to find solutions. So that is the goal of our activities. So while you are thinking of your comment, I hope that you will consider constructive, concrete suggestions for the problems that you present. Here, I would like to introduce the video message by Ms. Yoshino Tomoko, President of Japan Trade Union Confederation. So we'd like to show you the video message of Ms. Yoshino. So please start the video message.
皆さんこんにちは。連合会長の吉野です。国際女性会議2022のご盛会誠におめでとうございます。さて、ご承知の通り、日本のジェンダーギャップ指数は2022年に146カ国中116位でした。日本はどうしてこんなにもジェンダーギャップが大きいのでしょうか。特に経済・政治分野でのギャップが大きいことが報告書で明らかになっています。管理職に占める女性の割合が国際的に見ても依然として低いことや、男女間賃金格差が大きいことがギャップを広げる大きな要因です。労働組合も男性中心社会の一つです。日本では固定的性別役割分担意識が払拭されていません。共働き世帯における家事・育児の負担は女性に多くのしかかっています。女性の組合役員がワークライフバランスを保ちながら労働運動に従事することは困難です。そのため女性が指導的地位につく機会は非常に少ない状態が続いてきました。そのような中、昨年私は女性として初めて連合会長に就任しました。私はガラスの天井を破ることができました。連合会長は大きな責任や重圧が伴うためとても悩みました。しかし今ここで私が会長になることが労働界でも女性活躍の扉を開くことにつながるのではないかと考えました。私は思い切ってチャレンジすることにしたのです。この1年間、 私はさまざまな場面でジェンダー平等や多様性推進について訴えてきました。労働組合の中においてはあらゆる取り組みをジェンダー平等の視点から考えるよう訴えました。その結果、組合役員の意識が少しずつ変化してきたように感じています。政府には男女間賃金格差の解消を求め続けました。その結果、日本では企業に対して男女間賃金格差についての状況把握と公表の義務が課せられることになりました。最も嬉しいことに、私が会長になったことで女性たち自身が勇気を持ち始め、これ以上我慢することなく声を上げ始めたことでした。皆さん、私たちは社会の不平等に対して勇気を持って戦うべきです。目の前のチャンスにチャレンジ、声を上げ続けましょう。私たちが声を上げれば世界は必ず変わります。すべての仲間が連帯して世界をより良い方向へ導いていきましょう。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you, Ms. Yoshino. It was a forceful message by Ms. Yoshino. In this session, the title is Gender Wage Gap. This is the title, theme of this breakout session. Before your remarks, I would like to give you the general outline of this session. I will pick up certain elements from concept note. Currently, amongst the OECD countries, the developed countries, on average, gender pay gap is 11.7%, about 12%. So Belgium has 3.8, Japan is 22%. It is the number. It's not the worst, but Japan is one of the lower ranking countries. So it was a shocking statistical number. But in Japan, full-time workers, university graduate women, annual salary is about the same as the male senior high school graduates, pay level, salary level. Earlier on, education level was different, people said, so it should be taken naturally that the wage gap exists. But now, even with the lower educational background, men earn more than women graduating from four-year universities. It's a shocking statistics. Of course, this is not a place to complain. This is the place to find solutions. So, I'll give you 5 minutes. So I want you to talk about this issue as you are personally related. I would like to have your comment.
From America, if you could please give us your initial remarks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is such an honor to be here today at the World Assembly of Women. My many thanks to the government of Japan, the Prime Minister for his leadership, and Special Advisor Mori and her team for putting on this excellent conference today. I am also very honored to be here with such amazing, strong women leaders and wonderful moderator who set such an example for women's economic empowerment all over the world. I just want to start by saying, first of all, promoting gender equity and equality is a long-standing cornerstone of U.S. government policy. This is a matter of human rights, justice, fairness, and a strategic imperative that reduces poverty, promotes economic growth, increases access to education, improves health outcomes, and advances political stability and fosters democracy. The United States is committed to partnering with governments like that of Japan, the private sector, and civil society to enhance protections and reduce the full range of barriers in order to facilitate women's meaningful participation in the global economy. The United States is also committed to increasing women's economic security and opportunities at home and abroad by addressing barriers to women's recruitment, retention, professional development, and promotion in the workforce, wage and wealth gaps, as well as women's economic and health. The Biden administration is also committed to ending gender-based violence in the workplace and promoting a more gender-equitable caregiving responsibilities, since these responsibilities impede economic progress and participation for women everywhere. The full participation of all individuals, including women and girls of diverse backgrounds, contributes to the economic well-being, health, and security of each and every nation worldwide. While we continue to support and champion women's economic empowerment, my office also works to tackle and bring attention to the pervasive barriers that impede women's economic crisis, including the gender pay gap. Despite the establishment of equality between men and women in the 1945 UN Charter and the United States' own efforts to advance tangible gains in global women's economic empowerment, the United States, like most nations, continues to face similar challenges in creating equal pay for work for women. In the United States, women continue to be overrepresented in low-paying jobs, with an increasing wage gap as women age. Women still only earn 82 cents for every dollar that a man earns in the United States. Globally, women earn about 20 cents less than men. According to the United Nations, at the current pay rate, as we heard from Executive Director Sima Bauhaus, we are at 300 years to close the gender pay gap. Investing in training in women and girls at a young age could alter the current trajectory that presently concentrates most employed women in the informal or low-paying sectors. However, root causes may be more subtle and more challenging to regulate. For instance, employers may be biased against women's perceived competence and offer her less money or limit her opportunities for advancement. Jobs may fail to both higher wages and non-wage benefits such as flexible hours or childcare, leaving her to make trade-offs and reduced pay. And women who choose to have a family may face a work environment that lacks policies that help her and her family transition back into the workforce after having a family. Finally, we cannot discuss the gender wage gap without acknowledging the disproportionate impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on women in the workforce, nor the decades of progress that have been reversed for both gender equity and economic empowerment. We applaud recent measures such as pay transparency that aims to reduce those wage gaps. However, we must continue to have these important policy discussions, such as the one we are having today, to collectively identify solutions that engender opportunities and reduce barriers to equal pay for women globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to turn to Gwen Tiga for your remarks, please. She will be speaking in Vietnamese, I believe.
Yeah.
Thank you. If you have your headsets, it's number, I believe, 3.
Kính thưa các quý vị đại biểu, lời đầu tiên tôi xin cảm ơn chính phủ Nhật Bản và Hội đồng Thế giới vì phụ nữ WAW đã có lời mời tôi phát biểu tại sự kiện.
First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the government of Japan and the 2022 World Assembly for Women for inviting me to this important international event today and for the opportunity to speak. It is a great honor for us, the BRG group, to be able to bring our voice to you on the international issue of gender pay gap. I have heard that there's a word in Japanese language called Yamato Nareshiko, which means that beauty in appearance and inner fortitude of women. I believe this word is a very apt word for contemporary women today. I like this word very much. Now, according to ADB, Asian Development Bank, women in Asia earn only about 75% of men's wages, which is lower than the world average, which is around 79%. In addition, according to the OECD survey in 2022, in Asia, the gender wage gap is greater than in other regions. In particular, the gap is 31% in South Korea, and in Vietnam, it is as large as 33%. Regarding gender pay gap, many reasons are cited, such as gap in education, gap in or differences in the level of expertise, age at which to enter workforce, marital status, psychological issues, differences in physical characteristics, and the influence of social conventions. I would like to address these factors from two perspectives. First, problems stemming from women workers themselves, or regarding women workers themselves. According to PwC 2021 report, 45% of women in Asia have to do housework, and they work on average 31 hours per week in domestic work. This amounts to about 4.5 hours per day. This means that women are having to drop out of the competition to prove their competence in the workplace. In fact, many women, despite their abilities, choose low-pressure jobs in order to have more time for their families, resulting in low pay in comparison to their male counterparts. Next, factors due to employer evaluation. When employers assess or evaluate workers, employers are biased oftentimes. They overestimate men in majority of the cases, and men are considered likely to work longer hours than women and contribute more positively than women. And men are regarded as more productive and more efficient at work than women, and the men are thought to be more educated and have more experience than women. That is the prevailing view amongst the employers. My personal view is that in order to close this wage gap, we must have a strong will and thoroughly implement the following. First, we need to reduce responsibilities borne by women silently for their families and enable women to have a balanced work and family life. Men can also take on the responsibilities of housework and childcare so that women can make time for their own goals. And CSR objectives and corporate citizenship objectives should be pursued by corporations. These should be established as major goals. Social development and gender equality can be pursued by evaluating on a broader basis. Employer should be assessing the performance of employees based on capabilities and merit, and that should be reflected in pay. We, BRG Group, are committed to creating an environment where women can shine under such policy. Ladies and gentlemen, BRG Group has basic principles. Equality, gender-free, and competence, contribution, and responsibility are the principles based on which wages are paid and performance is evaluated. And so women employees can devote themselves to work. We are working to create the best possible environment and taking measures and providing training courses for women. And within the group, we have 22,000 people working in the group. 60% are women. Within group companies, 50% of the positions of president are held by women. Department heads, 56%, and section managers, 45% are women. BRG Group is also committed to WEP, Women's Empowerment Principle, advocated by UN and EU. And in this respect, BRG Group was the only Vietnamese company to have been awarded Community Engagement and Partnership Category Award for WEP. Women are considered to have different strengths than men, and men are thought to have strength in logical thinking. However, what men can do, women can do too. Women should continue to work to improve themselves and work hard and eliminate the wage gap between men and women and achieve gender equality. By sharing my views, I was given a very valuable opportunity. I would very much like to learn from other fellow participants. Thank you very much.
You can see what happens when the women organization and the impact that has throughout. It's very, very impressive. Next, I would like to call on Chanto Chon.
次はチャントチョンさん、ラオスの方。次はラオスの方です。
Dear Chairwoman, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This is a great honor for me to be here presenting Lao business women from Laos taking part of the WAW 2022. Thank you for the invitation, and especially thank you for my sponsor and my ambassador. They are here with us also today. First, may I introduce myself? My name is Chantajon Bongsai. I'm the president of the Lao Business Women Association, the vice president of the Lao National Chamber of Commerce, chairman of KC Group, my own business, and board of ASEAN Bank of Laos, honorary consul of Portugal in Vientiane capital, Laos. I'm married. I have 3 children with 11 grandchildren.
Wow.
Before talking about my business, I would like you to know where is Laos. Laos is situated in the Southeast Asia, bordered in the north to China, in the east to Vietnam, in the northwest to Myanmar, in the west to Thailand, and in the south to Cambodia. That's why Laos is locked in the heart of these 5 countries. But since 2020, there is operation of Lao-China Railway. So Laos it's become the landing country that facilitate the logistics and encourage more and more local and international investment. Due to the COVID-19 and the world crisis, Laos also had suffered a lot and now slowly recover, but the inflation still high. But I believe that our government have the initiative and clear policy to solve all the problems in our country. In my business experience, I have starting from manufacturing to service since 1990 until now. I forward all my business to my children, but I also support them for the finance also. My business today, it's go smoothly. Talking about the gender weight gap in Laos, there is still a little bit gap, but not so significant. For example, men or women working in the office with the same occupation, same category, and years experience, no big gap. But the men, they can afford the harder situation. That's why there is still the small gap. In conclusion, in Laos, there is no gap between men and women because gender equality has been determined in the Constitution of Laos that Laos citizens enjoys equal rights in the political, economics, cultural, and social fields and family laws. Finally, I strongly support the elimination of the gender pay gap between men and women. We should support our government and all entrepreneurs should support the human right for gender. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was wonderful. Now we're going to turn back to Japan. じゃあそれでは、次また日本に、戻ります。
Turning to Japan, Ikeda-san, can you make a comment? Thank you. I'm Takeda of Nomura Research Institute. Thank you very much. In 2014, the first WAW meeting, I participated as a general audience. At that time, my child was very little, so the conference did not end before my child care center had a closing time. So, of course, consequently, now some years passed, and it is my great honor that I am sharing the same stage with all of you. What I do now, as was introduced, Japan is suffering from a shortage of labor. How do we overcome it? Day in and day out, I've been thinking about it, especially the policy and institution of employment. What should be, what is the situation, what should be, that is the research item that I carry out. Related to this theme, is this. When women want to increase salary, there are certain constraints, especially recently, tax system and social security system have certain problems. Women want to increase wages. We are disadvantaged, and you may heard the wall of annual income. So women try to prevent the disadvantage coming from these institutions. That is contributing to the shortage of labor. So the minimum level wage of irregular workers may go up, but there are many people who feel that it is to their disadvantage if they work more. So if this is the mindset, the policy is not exhibiting its maximum effect. I think this is a serious issue. There are double income families, and 2/3 of the households have two wage earners, and 60% of that work in irregular work, especially for the wives. So the irregular work is hampering the income increase of the general population in Japan because of the prices increase these days, as well as the hampering the economic independence of women. Of course, the solution, I would like to wait for the discussion later on. In order to solve wages, we should do away with the systems and policies which is disincentivizing women to work. It is not only income increase. Of course, it will lead into the ensuring labor force. With the increased income, the household will have a better income, and then it could lead into the better business, and it could lead into the better employment situation. So it's a virtuous cycle. We start from women's issue, but in the final analysis, everybody will benefit from this. So wage disparity between men and women should be treated as one index, and we should use this index trying to go to the objective that we should be striving toward. So I'm looking forward to the discussion today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next, we go to Todoroki Maiko-san. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm from Poppins. I am Todoroki, and thank you very much for this opportunity to participate today. 34 years ago, Poppins Corporation was founded by Ms. Nakamura, who is actually my mother, who is also in attendance today. The mission of Poppins Corporation is support working mothers, working women. For women, it was difficult even to work 34 years ago. And for women to be able to thrive while working, what services are necessary in the society? Child rearing, nursing care, these problems must be addressed. That will lead to ultimately solving social challenges, and that will lead to more active participation by women in the society. And steadily, slowly, we have been working in this area for 34 years and are growing in this area. And as Kathy-san introduced earlier, 2 years ago, in 2020, for the first time in Japan, we took on the challenge of achieving SDG IPO, and we were able to be listed immediately on the first section of TSC, it is now prime section. And the reason for deciding to go public is that when it comes to child care and nursing care, this is treated as an area for welfare. Children going to daycare centers are poor children who are not taken care of by the parents. And we wanted to refute that notion, and our concept is educare. From the age of 0, we will be providing service to children so children can grow and enjoy a great life. And education is a very important concept in child care. It is not making children read or write, but it is to make sure that children are able to take their own agency and be able to lead their own lives on their own volition and be happy and provide the foundation for that. That is the education that we would like to provide. And we have more than 300 child care centers and centers for after-school children. SDG IPO is what we went through, and SDG 458, SDG 5 is the very topic for this meeting today. Our belief is that diversity is important. Half of the population is women, and if women are active and successful, all of the society will be successful, and there will be a great change. And that is why we are supporting working women. As Ms. Takeda just said, it is not that we support only women, but by supporting women, we believe that all of the society will be able to prosper, and that will lead to greater strength of the country. That is our belief. As a private sector company, we are looking at SDG goals and how we can incorporate SDGs in our business management strategy and in our results that we achieve. Women in managerial position, we have 6,000 people in our company. 77.7% is the women's ratio in managerial position. Government's target is 30%, and we have achieved a far higher level. As for the board members, 38.8% are women, and 12.6% is the national average. And lastly, about gender wage gap, which is the topic in this panel, 22.5% is the government target, and that is the gap between men and women's wage gap, and Poppin is achieving less than 10.9%. Through our services provided by Poppins Corporation, we are fulfilling our responsibilities and promoting the women, and we are also sending messages and making recommendations to the government, and including better pay and treatment of women. We would like to achieve breakthrough in the current situation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, from the United States, Borg-san.
Hello, everyone. Women's happiness and children, we're committed to that. BYBS Coaching is the company that I represent. My name is Borg Shigeko. The women, the kind of women lives lead and building a career, and we provide children's coaching and women's coaching and diversity coaching, and through this reskilling is what we try to do in this new age. We try to provide the skills that are necessary. Cognitive skills are what we are trying to provide, and also thank you very much, by the way. This is really outstanding. We're a baby company. We were just born. We've just been born. About 140 coaches that we work with. They're all spread out throughout the nation, and we're working on reskilling. So you might ask what we're doing and what I'm doing here in this committee. The government is proposing rectification of gender wage gap. There's a guideline for it. And the third point is positive action, training for women, and seminars for women. And companies training for companies and seminars for companies. So what are they doing? What is at the base of this is non-cognitive skills, or social emotional learning is what we call it. Social emotional learning. What is this? The skills to live and to be positive about oneself, to take ownership, the power to get things done, leadership, flexibility, agility, empathy, and social skills. I think all kinds of things can be included. Learning all of this through reskilling. And why do you think this leads to gender wage gap rectification? Well, the reform is such that first you need the institution and the system, but what gives life to the institution is people, and the government is proposing positive action, and that's what we're engaging in. We want to contribute to all of this. This is just one woman, one woman, one child, and one company can contribute, and so that Japan can be a more comfortable place to live. We would like to make efforts through social emotional skills and reskilling for this. What can be done? For example, if you find someone in trouble, in difficulty, or if you find that someone needs to change, that's empathy. And this is not only for yourself, but it's for the society as a whole. And you need to empathize. And you have to take ownership. You have to exert leadership. And regardless of what people say, you want to give them the feeling that they are a meaningful existence, and you want to make them positive about themselves. And the process, in the household and in the companies and in the nation, there have to be things done. And when things are done by all these sectors, we can achieve. For women, to look at the gender and norms, and by facing unconscious bias, and to deal with it, and to be able to live their own life, that would be the best. And the next generation of men and women we'll take it for granted when we make the changes. The new changed world is something that we'll be able to take for granted. And the institutions that the government puts in place comes to life through efforts of people. And the traditional, and this becomes the norm for the next generation. And by co-sharing the mission, I think we can embrace all of this. So each and every woman will be able to work, giving full play to their own personality and unique characteristics. I believe reform is achieved in this way. And so for this purpose, we need reskilling to give social emotive skills. And 140% of the coaches are working on this. We want to achieve this 100%. This is really outstanding. Thank you very much. Well, I shouldn't close this session. I look forward to continuing this discussion with you. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to the youth group. Okiyama-san, representing the youth, can you talk about the opinions of the youth? Thank you. G7, G20, Y20, Okiyama is my name. G7, G20, Y20. For the future generation of Japan, we wanted to submit recommendations to the leaders of G7 and G20, important issues for the youth. This year, in May of this year, in Berlin, Y7 summit, we had 4 representatives from Japan. And in July this year, in Indonesia, in Bali, Y20 summit, again, 4 representatives from Japan were sent. There were some overlapping elements, but sustainability, economy, democracy, health, and digital, youth employment, and diversity and inclusion related to this particular session. Through the discussion of these themes, we made policy recommendations. In negotiating with various countries, what we regarded important was the raw voice of the Japanese people would be listened into, and then we worked so that those voices would be incorporated into the agenda of G7 and G20. Through these activities, every year we conducted, as the Japanese delegation, covering the teens until the 30th years of age, we conducted a questionnaire survey. We had 200 responses to this survey. In Japanese society and economy, what is the most urgent gap existing which has to be solved? The gender gap and the wealth gap were mentioned. Regarding gender gap, we ask questions to the youth. There is a gender gaps, and then from that, there are various problems do occur. The wage gap is one subsequent problem coming from the gap. Regarding Y7 and Y20, we take up the issues faced by the Japanese youth. We want to solve these problems. Myself, talking about myself as a woman working in Japanese company, I feel those challenges directly and indirectly while I perform my duty in my organization. Later on, we will have a discussion with all of you, and I would like to make a report out of that. So it's very important that we have an opportunity like this. Policy recommendation has to be implemented. Implementation is very important. So through your discussion, if concrete suggestions are made, I would appreciate it very much. Thank you. So, Hayashi-san, do you have any comment?
突然のご指名ですね。すいません。もし
そうですね。今日はThank you very much. Gender pay gap is the topic, and as it turns out, until summer this year, I was the head of the Gender Equality Bureau under the Cabinet Office, and we put together a basic policy of economy and fiscal reform for gender issue version. There are 4 pillars, and the first and foremost, women's economic autonomy, and what is most important in that respect is elimination of gender-based gap and disclosure of the gap in pay based on gender by corporations. There are various types of gender-based gap. There is a gap within a company. There are also gaps based on industry and types of occupations. In sectors where more women work, it tends to be that the wage is lower, and that also leads to gender-based pay gap. Gender-based pay gap, how can we reduce and eliminate that gap? That is the first and foremost the focus of the policy. And so first, we have made it compulsory for companies to disclose the pay gap. We can also learn from lessons outside of Japan. There are pay gap outside of Japan, and what were done, what tools are made to eliminate that gap. We have studied many examples, and in particular, I myself felt it important about the following. OECD in Paris has a gender-related project, and related to gender, there is issues such as labor, taxation, education. There are numerous issues related to gender, and from gender perspective, OECD is running projects, and from Japan. Japan has decided to provide funding for these projects from the Gender Equality Bureau of Cabinet Office, and to assist discussion within these projects, and would like to be able to utilize the results of the discussion. And we are also searching for good practices that we can introduce in Japan. And first of all, we are starting as the first step with the disclosure of wage gap by corporations. Women's economic independence and autonomy will be quite indispensable for women to lead a happy life.
1 in 3 marriages result in divorce. As a single parent, for women to be able to continue to lead a good life, economic independence is very important.
Thank you. Thank you. In this session, discussion theme we were given, actually there were 3 questions mentioned in the concept note. Regarding these 3 points, we would like to have remarks from the panelists. First one is, why are women's wages still lower than men's wages, even in the same occupation, job category, and years of experience? What is the reason? So, to foreign guests, Kat,
address this question of why is this gender pay gap, which is obviously universal? What is the background, maybe from your U.S. perspective, very quickly?
Sure. Just quickly, certainly this answer is very complex. There's a lot of issues inherent in figuring out why the gender pay gap still exists for similar jobs with similar experiences. It really comes down to gender bias. It comes down to systems of power and making sure that people are not going to just give up power without incentivizing. But the bottom line is it's better for communities. It's better for companies. Your return of investment increases if you have more diversity. And so if companies actually want to be more successful, if countries want to be more successful, we know that if there was gender equity in the economy, in the next 5 years, we would have $20 trillion more to the global GDP. There is zero reason why we wouldn't all want to prosper this way. So we need to make sure that those that are in power currently are advocating for changes in policies for their countries, for their companies, to make sure that we are all thinking collectively what's better for the world at large, for our families. Inflation is out of control right now. There is zero reason why we wouldn't want to make sure that we have gender equity and pay equity across the board. So it really comes down to having mentors that are also men help pull women up. It includes making sure that families are looked at as a holistic entity, that we are seeing how we can make sure that when both parents are working, people understand that, for example, if your husband takes paternity leave, it's actually better for the children. They bond more with their fathers. Those children actually go on to do better in life. We need to use this data. Everybody wants their families to be healthier and happier. If you told fathers your child will be more successful if you stay home with them as well, they are more likely to actually do it. So we need to educate more. We need to make sure that people understand the benefits of having gender and pay equity across the board.
Thank you. So more education definitely required. Nguyen-san from Vietnam.
From Vietnam, Ga-san. Can you hear? Ga-san from Vietnam. Can I ask you the question?
What do you think is the reason for this persistent pay gap?
In my speech, I mentioned this. There are 2 reasons, I believe. The wage gap cannot be eliminated immediately. We have to work step by step. We have to introduce plans to gradually fill the gap, reduce the gap. Step by step, you need to reduce the gap. It's not something that can be done overnight. So, I'm a chairman of the group, and I have men workers, and they work all hours, day and night. In Vietnam, the culture is such that people think women should be at home taking care of children, and those women spending the night doing work is not something that is preferred. And what that means is that the society thinks it's not appropriate for women to do that kind of work. To reduce that kind of gap, in order to measure the contribution, you need to work something out. We need to focus on this. And women should polish their skills. I have also worked hard not to be unstinting in making the effort. And companies should organize seminars and events so that people can hone their skills. And women, by polishing and honing their skills, they should improve their value. And by so doing, they should be evaluated. And women worldwide should do the same. And I think women can shine if they do that. And I think that women can compete on an equal basis with men, or at least they should try to prove that. That is all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely agree. Next, Takeda-san, you we're going to discuss the ごめんなさい、日本語でちょっと制度の
So, regarding tax system, can you sort of talk about the obstacles existing in a tax system?
One of the reasons that wage for women is lower, in part there's a performance evaluation, career path, and awareness are some of the reasons. But from my vantage point, I can point out the following. There are problems in the systems. A person with a spouse is working, and if that spouse is the main breadwinner, then the annual income, if it exceeds 1.06 million yen, there will be a greater amount of social security contribution tax that have to be paid, and net income decreases. If there are more hours put, then total income will increase, but there is a certain level of income where net income actually decreases if people put more hours in. And because of that, people who are working on a part-time will try to adjust their working hours so that they will not hit that threshold and will not have to pay a greater amount in tax and social contribution, even though they are available to work more. And this is, in respect of diversity, this in itself is not denied. However, if net income increases, then more than 80% said that they would like to work longer hours. And annual salary or hourly salary is also increasing. So that means that when people are able to work even fewer hours before they hit that threshold. So it is becoming less and less in terms of hours that people can work without having to pay social contribution and tax. And that is a demotivating factor for people to work more. On a macroeconomic basis, women and men wage gap, because of more women are in non-regular employment, that adds to a gap. But this taxation system can also help redress the gap.
I think that could lead into the possible policy recommendation. Todoroki-san, do you have any comment to make in this regard? Yes, thank you very much. As you mentioned, the case you mentioned is something that we know with babysitters and nannies and child rearing people. We always hit this employment wall, for example, November, December, where jobs are needed. People try to save the amount of work that they can actually work. That is the problem. There was a mention about the irregular workers. Most of the women work in irregular work. That's why we have a lower income. Why do they work in irregular work environment? To work. It's a psychological element. What about the services available? Still in Japan, the services are lacking, so they are anxious. So kindergarten and nursery centers have been substantiated, but there should be more diverse options. Not only the nursery centers, I need babysitters for the long-term nursing care. Not only the facilities, but at-home care would be necessary. So options and alternatives should be available. I think that should lead into the psychological sense of safety for women if they feel that they can work if such services are available. Thank you. Okay, Okiyama-san, how about you? Do you have any comment? I'm sure that you have lots of opinions.
Yes. I'd like to talk about the new recruits, new graduates, and the track for this. In the company, in Japanese companies, there are different types of employment. You have the career type employment and the non-career type of employment for the young people, the new graduates. And the career type is such that women's pay is still lower there. And with regard to the non-career types, women tend to occupy a higher percentage. And this is the reality. In the financial institution, diversity recruitment is what they're working on. They're trying to increase the number of women hires. But the present status is that in each of the recruitment tracks, they do not have KPIs. For the company as a whole, they have a KPI, not for the separate recruitment tracks. And so what is important here is that when they have different KPIs for recruitment tracks, the career type of employment, the career track where more heavier responsibilities will be given, the company needs to introduce KPIs to increase the number of women there. Thank you.
Thank you. Borg-san, your last comment. Thank you very much. It's a lot of work. What can we do? I think we should serve for the interest of others. Kat-san said that it's very difficult to relegate power. Of course, you are benefiting it, so you don't want to release your power. It's only natural. But by doing so, we can create a better society. I think that is something as an important messaging. So important thing is the empathy and the social skill. That should be upgraded. It's very important. That's why reskilling. Government is calling for positive action, and that should be carried through completely. Listening to the colleagues' opinions, not only the women's side, corporate side, we'll have to reconsider why do we have this system in institutions? Where do we go if we follow those institutional setups and so forth? It's very important to focus on those points. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This session has to be completed by 45 minutes past the hour. So in the remaining 5 to 7 minutes, we will have to discuss the policy recommendations from this session. So we don't have questions. So I will be using my moderator's prerogative. The second question and third questions I will combine. And I'd like you to come up with concrete ideas from the employers. Where can we start? And what kind of concrete measures can we think of? And before that, I'd like to introduce to you the foreign examples. I made some survey. Salesforce is a name you know. Salesforce, it's a company in the United States. Mark Benioff, president of Salesforce, a couple of years ago, said this. Women executive came to his place, and then the president said that this company is completely equal, non-discriminatory at all. And he kept on saying about the women executive came and reported, President, wage gap exists. The CEO said, no, it's a lie. It's not possible. Then what happened? The next step, the third party audit. Consulting firm came as an auditing, and they conducted auditing. And then once the things broke out, the gender-based wage gap existed. CEO was flabbergasted. He was astounded. So inequality existed, and the P&L and the women were paid directly from P&L. Next year, again, it existed, so payment was paid, and about 900 to 1 billion yen, the unpaid amount would be disbursed from the company's budget. And then to this date, almost the problem is solved. Starbucks, another example. This is my experience. When you have an interview, usually you do it, right? The candidate comes up and then offer is made. But what kind of salary level should be offered? First of all, the previous job's salary level is asked by the interviewer. Starbucks was doing so. What was your pay earlier on? So the women would be applying for the same position, but if she joins at the lower level of income, then that gap still exists. So the salary history is not asked in interview. And I looked into this. It is illegal to ask the previous salary level of the earlier employment. So this should be borne in mind in discussing this matter.
Let's go to Katrina again from the States. I'm just going to ask you to combine questions 2 and 3. What would be your specific recommendations? Of course, you're coming from a public policy perspective, but anything particularly for maybe private sector employers that we could start doing?
Sure. We, in the United States, as you noted, Starbucks, many companies look at opportunities to make sure that things like boards are more equitable. We know that when you have that representation, board members actually are then able, if you have women on boards, that really provides policies for having more upper-level positions available to women. So I would say making sure that boards are having quotas that actually are, especially in transitioning companies, are something that is included. Wage transparency as a part of that process is very important so that people can advocate and know within their own companies what are those issues. As you noted, the audit process was actually very revealing. Companies can then try to address their gaps and their challenges if they have those wage transparency and audits done. I would also advocate for work-life balance and making sure that it applies to both men and women. The pandemic was a horrible event that happened globally, but it also presented some opportunities, or what I call problems and opportunities, propertunities. There is a lot more workplace flexibilities given technology. We've seen that many women are able to work more from home and have flexible work hours. And I think those kind of opportunities and efforts really make a huge difference. The other piece would be, we know that one of the ways that women leave the workforce in droves is really when they're about to have families or have families. So companies can put in place efforts to make sure that there is what we call the leaky pipeline is closed up. So they know, if I go out for maternity leave or even paternity leave, here's what the steps are so that I can come in and still continue to advance, whether it be certifications, whatever processes. There is a glide path so they can continue on with their work and even advance.
Great. Yun-san, can you give us some suggestions?
Melissa-san, どうですか?
Có một thực tiễn là tôi đang có 22.000 người lao động.
In Vietnam, I have 22,000 headcount, and 60% are women. And as to the HR department, I'd like to make a request, please, to do some research and survey, and to find out the reasons for the wage gap in detail. And according to what I think, the employer support is necessary for women to engage in the kind of work that they are good at with a sense of comfort, and that they can spend time doing this, and so that they can contribute to the company, and so that they can prove that they're not worse than men, that they can do just as well as men. And women are strong in our group. Women can become leaders. And they're very competent, and What I'd like to say is that depending on the type of work, there are some kinds of work that cannot be done by men. And so that part of the work, the 50% of the work that remains that women cannot do, the men can take over. Women have the competence and they have the energy and they can contribute to results. Our turnover is over $1 billion and we can work in a broad range of areas. And so we need contribution from both men and women. The government and provincial or local governments must consider these issues to be important. After this conference, I'd like to go back to my group and do some research. I don't believe that the wage gap is large, but I'd like to check anyway. And with regard to the leaders of Vietnam, I'd like to work on them as well and make proposals and recommendations. We want to make improvements so that women in Vietnam will experience the reduction in wage gap. That is what I'd like to recommend. I'd like to express my appreciation to the Japanese government. There are managers, business managers from different countries, or especially companies that have a large percentage of women. And I think you should invite these people. If necessary, you can even charge them a fee for participating in a conference such as this one. I think this is a very good endeavor. Thank you.
From Laos, do you have any specific, I don't know if you have any specific suggestions, but you work with a lot of different companies, so.
Yes, as I said that there is a very little wage gap in Laos. But for eliminate the wage gap pay between men and women, we should, the entrepreneur have to encourage to the women to higher education and also for qualify themselves in order to solve all the problem between men and women. Yes.
So more training for women.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Todoroki-san.
Todoroki-san, do you have any comment? Let me see. After all, the options and alternatives should be available. The options have to be of high quality. That is something that I think. In the past, the options were there, but it was difficult to use, and people were fearful of utilizing such availability. So quality should be emphasized so that better options would be more presented to women. I think that could be one solution from the actual field. Thank you. Takeda-san, would you like to say a comment?
Yes. With regard to the challenge that I mentioned earlier, I'd like to address this once again. As I mentioned earlier, there are people who suffer from working too much. And the government is thinking about this. And in the conference for social offering social guarantees and compensations, they are trying to. They have said that they would address this issue. So we hope that they would address this issue speedily. And this issue, I'm sure you're aware, that has existed since the past. And so the roadmap has to be indicated so that without fail, this is executed, the improvements are made. And if time is required to accomplish this, then there are women who are capable of making work. And then on the other hand, there are places willing to employ. So you need to come up with a difference, with some measures. If people suffer a loss from not being able to work to their limit in terms of capacity, some benefits should be paid to them. Perhaps, and if they could increase their work, the hours of work, 10%, 20% to allow for that as a short-term stopgap measure, these measures should be introduced. And thirdly, the social security payments are made not only by the worker but the company, and the company does not want to pay this, and so that prevents women from working to full capacity. And there are conditions on the part of the company, and but I think there's such a shortage of labor. Companies would be willing to pay this, but their financial situation may be tight, and they don't want to pay. The government is trying to provide subsidies in this case, in such cases. So they should advertise this more and pay companies this amount so that the companies can pay their employees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Point of confirmation, Takeda-san, are you in favor of eliminating the tax exemption system for the spouses? Other countries don't have this system. What do you think? So, do you agree?
As an individual, if you look at the individual, I think it's good to look at each individual, and that's more effective. On the other hand, you have full-time housewives who cannot work due to different circumstances. So in these cases, a different policy should be applied, and so you need to combine different measures.
Hayashi-san, for many years you worked on this theme. Do you have any comment?
This is a very complex issue. First, taxation and the deduction for the dependent, and also there is an issue of contribution in social insurance that is paid by dependent, which is smaller in amount. These are the threshold, and that is why people are discouraged to work more. Even though prices are rising and there is shortage of labor, people are wanting to work shorter hours. And I think there are three problems. First is this very issue of adjusting the number of hours that people work. And the second is income distribution in Japan. When we look at income distribution in Japan, take people in the 30s. If the husband's income is higher, there are more households where women are housewives. So higher the income in the household, there are people who are benefiting from the dependent deduction system. And is this the correct policy? That is the question. And the third problem is, in Japan, when we look at women who graduated from university or graduate school, 60% of women who are married after graduating from university or graduate school are earning less than 2 million yen of annual salary. And I think that is because of the adjustment of working hours, not working as long as they can actually work. This is a loss for the country. And they are earning only 2 million yen or less per year. We have to look at these problems, and since 1 in 3 will be experiencing divorce, and that leads to poverty issue. And single-parent household in Japan suffers from poverty at 48%, and this is one of the highest ratio in OECD countries. These are three problems, and because of these, we have to review social security system and deduction for the dependents.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okiyama-san, I'm sure that you are thinking a lot of things. Do you have any concrete proposal to make? Let me think. First of all, before talking about recommendation, as a representative of youth, considering those people who want to work going forward, wage gap is something that should be eliminated. So wage gap, gender-based wage gap is very difficult to see through, and unless you are aware, you don't feel it, and you just let it go unless you know a particular aspect of the problem. So in this form, the government should present the problem, its existence, and then this is an important problem which has to be resolved in order to proceed to the solution of the problem. I think it's very important to recognize the problem. Concrete recommendation I'm thinking of, as I mentioned earlier on, for each recruitment tracks and for each department of the companies, KPI should be established for women recruited, and it should be disclosed. By the disclosure, stakeholders can exert pressure on the companies. So while receiving such pressures as soon as possible, I hope that the gender wage gap would be eliminated. Thank you. Thank you very much. Borg-san.
Thank you. Yes, I want to make a recommendation. We should not focus only on things that are visible. We also have to look at the invisible part. Visible problems in the system is very important, but what is visible, what is not invisible, both are important. In the area that are invisible, as Katrin-san mentioned, data is important and show the companies that what the consequences are of certain actions, and this should be made visible. And we also have to make people think that actions have to be taken. Reform is fearful. It can end in failure. There is a risk of failure, but reform has to be carried out. And in the corporate sector and amongst the women, in invisible area, over long term, we should take positive action and train them by addressing both sides. I think a reform is possible, but not only focusing on visible area. Invisible area is also important.
Thank you. We have 10 minutes or so. How should I make a summation? Are there any people who want to comment?
Think of that's a concrete proposal that we can share with the broader group in the afternoon. Anything more specific is better, but anything else? Mada.
Please. Hayashi-san, 2 points. The first thing is the annual income wall. The 2022 policy guideline, 3 perspectives we introduced. From a women perspective, we have to study the situation. As was mentioned earlier on, we must accelerate the process of review and study. It's very important. First point. The second point, the wage cap disclosure, it has to become mandatory. If you employ more than 301, the wage gap numbers must be disclosed. It's decided. It's a done matter. So the point is how it is translated into the execution. Looking into other countries' examples, digital is used. In the UK, for example, each company's pay gap is presented on the government web page. It's a list. So you can peruse which job category, which industry category, how much is the pay gap. You can see at a glance. And then viewed from the companies, it is involved with the reputation risk, so it has to be corrected. Next point. Next point is that in the case of SMEs, gender gap disclosure is very challenging. It's very difficult for SMEs, but into the future, of course, we must expand this policy. Well, Switzerland is a good case in point. Gender pay gap disclosure, the software is provided by the government to SMEs. And then you make a data entry, and then even in the case of SMEs, you can submit data to the central government. There is a mechanism available. Again, this is the technology of digital. So utilizing various resources, we can lead into the pay gap disclosure and the rectification of various problems. Thank you very much. What I can think of is this. The pay gap disclosure is becoming mandatory, and then one company can have the overall figures. For example, what is the male staff and female staff? What is the difference? And the regular employees versus irregular men and women. So 3 points. Those 3 numbers are to be mandatory. At the side of this meeting, I told this person that if the gap wherever in Japan, we know that the wage gap exists. So the next point is in what way we can rectify the situation. What do you plan? The action plan could be made mandatory. I think it would be more effective. Do you think that it is possible? Will be the companies opposed to it?
I cannot immediately answer today, but action plan for employers, that is determined under Gender Equality Promotion Law. And this is an action plan to be drawn by the employer to promote gender equality. But regarding specifically about the gender gap, currently there is no compulsory measure for companies to make an action plan. But what you pointed out, personally, I believe is very important. It's simple disclosure does not suffice. It should lead to improvement or rectification. And so your suggestion is valid.
Iceland president made a casual remark. In Iceland, I think you know about this, pay gap information disclosure is not only the method. In addition, there is no gap. I think this is so extreme. There is no gap. There should be no gap. The third-party auditing or supervising organization will audit all companies, and then the gap is turned into 0. You have to make efforts to make it 0. So if you don't go through exercise of audit every day, the sanction will be imposed upon you. It is awesome. Maybe it's a small country, that's why they can do it. But the auditing requirement, what is your thinking about it, Hayashi-san? As I said, the at OECD Pay Gap Transparency Toolkit is a project name. And in this project, the survey was made, and OECD countries tend to agree for disclosure. But there are a number of countries which are doing auditing. And those countries are doing auditing find it very helpful for reducing the pay gap. As you said, Iceland has a very tough measures. So this is something that auditing is to be included. I think it's an important perspective. Yes, I agree. Well, it's about time we must wrap up. We want to discuss more and more under this theme. We know that there is a multitude of questions that we want to discuss. Of course, this is not something that can be improved overnight. It is a long-range marathon, if you will. But if you don't do anything, the pay gap will continue to persist. So, for the whole of the society, we have to work. We have to be responsible for the whole of the society.
Details, but I think we have a lot. Hopefully, that we can narrow it down to a few specific proposals. But thank you very much for the conversation. And 本当に皆さんありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. Let us show our appreciation by a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. This completes the session. Photo op. Do you take a picture of all the panelists? Please do not remove the microphones. Just leave the microphone in the place where you found it.
Is Nadia Murad coming? Do you know?
No, she's canceled. はい、それでは時間になりましたので、分科会
We'd like to start Session 9, which is on women's participation in peace and security. As for simultaneous interpreting, Japanese is on channel 1 and English on channel 2.
本日のモデレーターを務めます大崎麻子と申します。
My name is Asako Osaki. I'll be moderator for this session. Developing countries, development assistance, and domestic gender streamlining issues I've been involved in. Women's participation in peace and security is today's theme. Japanese government's action plan is what I'm also involved in terms of evaluation. So let me introduce the speakers. We have Joyce Stine, Director of the International Peace Support Training Center.
そしてデニー・ムクエゲ
And Denny Mukwege, Dr. Denny Mukwege, obstetrician and gynecologist. For those that have been victim of sexual violence, he treats them and provides them with support. And he staked his life to introduce this issue to the world, and he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2018. And today he will be participating online.
同時通訳フランス語のチャンネルが3番
By the way, for simultaneous interpreting, French is on channel 3. Dr. Mukwege will be speaking in French. So if you wish to listen to interpreting in French, you should tune into channel 3. And next, Ms. Osa Yukie, Dean and Professor at Graduate School of Social Design Studies at Ricoh University. Very nice to meet you all.
そして東野敦子様
Ms. Professor Atsuko Higashino, Professor, University of Tsukuba.
そしてカトリーナ・フォトバット様
Ms. Katerina Fotovat, Senior Official, Global Women's Issues, U.S. Department of State.
でそして片山美咲
And Ms. Misaki Katayama, Master's Student at the University of Tokyo. She'll be serving as rapporteur today.
はい、そして本日ご参加予定でしたナディア・ムラドさんですが
Ms. Nadia Murad will not be participating today. For those of you that were looking forward to having her on this panel, I would like to apologize. At this session, women's participation in peace and security is the theme. Let me explain the flow of today's session. We'll be looking at the status of women in struggling countries and what are the barriers to women's empowerment and participation, what are the factors, and what kind of approaches are nations taking, and what approaches are necessary. These will be discussed, and ultimately we will put all of this together in the form of 3 recommendations. It's a challenge. Starting 16:20, we have a closing session today, and the respective sessions discussion results will be reported, and Ms. Katayama will be reporting. So without further ado, so that you may have a better understanding of today's discussion, I'd like to give the background and how Japan has contributed. In the first half of the 90s, the former Yugoslavia and Africa, and in these countries, because of disputes, civilians became direct targets, and as a strategy, there was rape and sexual violence, which was used, and that reality sent shockwaves throughout the world. Women's groups and NGOs and civil societies played a central role
in advocating women's involvement, encompassing women in movements regarding disputes and so forth. On the 31st of October, the UN Security Council adopted Resolution 1325 on women and peace and security. On WSP at the UNSC. This was the first resolution on women and one which advocated the protection of women and girls from sexual violence and so forth. And peace and prevention and peace building. In all of these processes, women should be engaged and should be allowed to participate. And sexual violence under dispute was another resolution, and many resolutions have been adopted until today. And the series of resolutions are described as a WSP agenda. And the WSP agenda is such that they are asking for specific approaches by UN countries, and over 100 countries, or close to 100 countries, have formulated action plans within the country or in the context of international contributions. They are taking different steps, and of course Japan is included. Very briefly, I'd like to talk about Japan. In 2015, a WPS action plan has been formulated by Japan. UN Women and other international institutions, through these institutions, and Japanese development organization, JICA, through these entities, through those countries which have been affected by disputes and vulnerable countries, they have been providing support for women, in particular with regard to protection of women and girls. East Timor and South Sudan, PKO, Japanese self-defense force have been sent, and in the respective countries throughout the world to send for the staff, working people of PKO. Textbooks have been developed to address sexual violence and other issues related to women, and I believe that will be addressed later on. And although this is not known much, International Criminal Court is where Japan is the greatest donor. So we are taking approaches to establish governance by law, and in the DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, to impose criminal sanctions on assailants of criminal violence is an area where Japan has provided major support as a donor, and there are different approaches. So for those of you interested, please go to the website. There's an evaluation report by the evaluation committee, and you'll be able to see what we have been supporting here in Japan. So thank you very much for waiting. We have a diverse range of speakers today, and so 2 minutes per person. Could you observe this limit and talk about security and in what way you are engaged? And also include your self-introduction, please. So starting with Ms. Photovat, please.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to say thank you to the government of Japan for hosting this incredible conference. It's very timely and so needed. I want to thank my amazing panelists that I am so honored to be on the panel with. And hello, Dr. Mukwege. Good to see you again. We had the honor of being with Dr. Mukwege in the United Kingdom just this past week, where our president actually announced a presidential memorandum on conflict-related sexual violence. And for the first time ever, the United States government has prioritized conflict-related sexual violence violations for sanctions in the same elevation as all other human rights atrocities. So we were very proud of that moment, and I must thank Dr. Mukwege for his leadership on that. It's always good to have a friend and a hero who is always available to give his expertise. And so the United States government, I'm very proud to say that we are one of the first countries to actually legislate and mandate 1325 as a law. We also have a congressional caucus, which means we have a bipartisan caucus that works together to promote and advocate on behalf of women, peace, and security issues. We recognize that promoting gender equity and equality is a long-standing cornerstone of U.S. foreign policy. And when I say that, as our President Biden says, show me your budget and I'll show you your priorities. We annually attribute about $150 million a year towards women, peace, and security issues. We also just last year doubled our gender foreign assistance from $1.3 billion to $2.6 billion for the fiscal year 2023. And all these efforts really have to do with adhering to our Women, Peace, and Security Act, which requires a gender analysis. We recognize that gender is a matter of human rights, justice, and fairness, a strategic imperative, and it reduces poverty and promotes economic growth, increases access to education, improves health outcomes, advances political stability, and fosters democracy. So the United States is, again, committed to partnering with governments and the private sector and civil society to enhance protections and reduce the full range of barriers in order to facilitate women's meaningful participation in society. Our commitment to advancing women, peace, and security is enduring and a critical component of U.S. foreign policy. Our efforts to promote women's safety and meaningful participation in forging lasting solutions to security. The United States is committed to advancing women's social and political and economic imperatives in the inequality and can show instability and conflict in the first place. So again, in 2017, the United States committed and codified our commitment to women, peace, and security in the Women, Peace, and Security Act. Additionally, we had a corresponding strategy, and we used that strategy to actually hold ourselves as a government accountable. This year, we released the second Women, Peace, and Security report to our Congress, and it tracks our progress and our opportunities in the implementation of this strategy. The U.S. strategy on women, peace, and security seeks to close the gender gap in leadership by mobilizing U.S. diplomacy and development as well as defense, but through programs, engaging partners, and investing in women's safety and rights. And again, by amplifying the voices of women and survivors and leaders in organizations that are localized and on the ground. So we have four lines of efforts. One is advancing meaningful participation. So we're looking at supporting women's roles in decision-making about peace and security issues, which is key in our U.S. foreign policy goals. And meaningful participation is something we often discuss. What does that actually mean? So meaningful participation for the United States government means that women are included in all decision-making processes related to conflict, crisis, and security, which leads to more sustainable and better outcomes, not only for women, but for entire communities and countries. We know that when women are involved in peace negotiations, they're 65% more likely to be lasting. I'll go quickly because I look like I have only 1 minute. So the other lines of effort include protection of women and girls. We, of course, are very committed to making sure to prevent and respond to gender-based violence globally through our foreign assistance and diplomatic actions, including areas affected by conflict and instability. So this includes everything from our humanitarian assistance to conflict prevention and countering violent extremism. But again, and again, kudos to Dr. Mukwege, we are making sure to have a survivor-centered approach and ensuring survivors have access to resources and that women's organizations on the ground and frontline responders also have resources available to them. The third line of effort for us is the institutionalization. So what does this mean? We talk about women, peace, and security. The U.S. government does not writ large know how to, what that means. So we are making sure that our own efforts and our own staff understand what women, peace, and security efforts mean. So we do training, we make sure to go outside and hold ourselves accountable, so there's ample reporting as well. And then the fourth line of effort is really about partnerships. So including the government of Japan, we are looking at partnerships both with civil society organizations, foundations, and other governments that we can partner together and make sure that we are promoting women, peace, and security issues across the world.
Thank you very much for a very comprehensive intervention, Ms. Fotobat. In particular, 2017, a law was passed, a WPS law. That's a major leverage, I believe. So perhaps we could ask you about this later in detail. Then turning to Dr. Mukwege. Perhaps you could spend 2 minutes to introduce yourself and talk about your present activities, please.
Je vous remercie pour la parole. Effectivement, je m'appelle Denis Mukwege.
Thank you. I am Denis Mukwege. I am a medical doctor and obstetrician and gynecologist. Right now, I am responsible for Panji Hospital, which is located on the east side of DRC. And I'm continuing my activity as obstetrician and gynecologist. And I'm also running a foundation. This foundation is actually helping us to assist women in holistic fashion. The pillars are healthcare, medical care, including surgical operations, psychological and mental pillar, legal pillar, and economic pillar. I'm also running a global survival fund. The victims of the sexual violence will receive a temporary relief from this fund. And the sexual violent victims, in order for them to recover, the fund is providing support.
ホリスティックなそのアプローチというのがやはり医療、心理的なケア、そして法的なサポート。
So their supports are offered from medical care, economic care, and legal care, and that is a strong mechanism to support the survivors.
それからグローバルサバイバーファンド、財団に
We got the global fund, survival fund. Japan is cooperating in a major way. Turning to Professor Higashino, please. Thank you very much. My name is Higashino from Tsukuba University. I'd like to thank you for this very valuable opportunity. As to what I have been doing, European international politics is what I was studying. What I was interested in is that post-Cold War, Europe was divided between East and West. And how did they try to get together across the boundary line? And what was achieved and what were the challenges? The EU and NATO expansion is what I studied. And in particular, intergovernment negotiations was the issue that was of foremost interest to me. With regard to women and children's issue, as I have not dealt with them as in an expert way, but as Europe was trying to integrate or in respective countries, however, in Europe in particular, human trafficking was an issue, or sexual violence were occurring, and I was aware that these things were going on. But with the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, my studies came to include, while in the past I was in politics, the military and dispute aspect of this is something that I was forced to study. How the war developed and what issues arose and what were the damages. And I had to focus on these. And so therefore, the respective countries talking to each other was very important. But what was perhaps even more important was women and children's infringement of human rights as a war crime. And perhaps I will have an opportunity to talk about this in more detail. Women's abduction or rape, or various kinds of sexual violence, or women's whereabouts not being known. After being victims of violence, they're gone, and so we cannot get the details. And so this is done within a big framework of war crime, and the realities are very hard to
expose, and the opportunities for exposing them become lost. I'd like to talk about this later on. We have to focus on this, and I feel that I have to focus on this as well. On women,
例えば女性の参加などのような話も出てきましたが、
women's
戦争が戦われている
when the war is ongoing, participation of women is very difficult because they're worried about their participation
性被害に
to survive, and when they are subject of sexual violence, what would be the sanctions placed on the perpetrator? These are areas that we have to focus on. The war is still ongoing, but after the war, I believe different challenges will emerge. During the war, what kind of problems arise? This is something that I'm working at the moment, and this is where I would like to be focusing on in my talk. Thank you very much. We'd like to have Director Stinel talk. There was a discussion about what's going on during the war and after the war, or peace maintenance and peace building is something that is an area where you are very experienced in. So could you introduce yourself and some of your activities, please?
Thank you very much. It is an honor to be part of this distinguished panel and to be able to share with you what we do at the International Peace Support Training Center in Nairobi, Kenya. My name is Brigadier Joyce Sitene. Our center is a center of excellence in peace support operations training. We train military, police, and civilian personnel who are preparing to deploy in peacekeeping operations across the world. We have very many students that come to our center from across the globe, but the majority of them are drawn from the Eastern Africa region. And all of them end up being deployed within the 6 or 7 months in particular peacekeeping operations. Now, the center addresses issues of peace and security from the dimension of training, education, and research, and has integrated gender in all its undertakings. Our training also focuses on conflict prevention, conflict management, and post-conflict recovery. Because as you are aware, it is not enough, for instance, to just manage a conflict. So it is in our understanding as a center that it is critical that we undertake conflict prevention measures where possible. If we are not able to stop conflict, then we are prone to manage it. But once we manage it, it is also critical to go into post-conflict and see what the challenges of post-conflict situations are, as the professor has said. And some of these issues affecting women truly need to be addressed in depth, understanding the challenges that women go through all the 3 phases of conflict. So we focus on imparting the knowledge, skills, and attitudes to not only women personnel, but also to male personnel, so that they also understand the roles that they play when they go out in the field. We, as IPSTC, find ourselves in a unique situation in that we are in a very strategic position in the Eastern Africa region. We are surrounded by several conflicts. As you're aware, there's a conflict in Somalia going on, another one being where the UN is deployed in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in South Sudan, Central African Republic. And so the center finds itself uniquely placed to address some of the issues and to be able to intervene in terms of preparing peacekeepers for these environments. So I'm very happy to be part of this World Conference for Women, which is themed Mainstreaming Gender in a New Form of Capitalism. This theme resonates very, very well with the contemporary concerns related to peace and security. And the relationship between gender inequality, peace and security, and environmental degradation has been expressed by very many experts. And climate change and environmental degradation has been increasingly acknowledged as a security threat for not only human beings, but for life on people on Earth in general. And therefore, what we have observed is that it is unfortunate that issues of environment, disaster, peace and security, and gender are rarely discussed as connected to one another. And that is why I'm very, very happy to be part of this conference that is now bringing all these issues together and having a gender lens on issues of gender in all these perspectives. So I'm glad that the forum will also address the nexus between the issues of environment with gender. We in the Eastern Africa region and most of the world are actually facing severe drought, which is 4 years, or a 4-year, which has not happened like that in the last 4 years. And it is expected to increase resource-based conflicts. And when there are resource-based conflicts, women are the ones who meet the brunt of that particular conflict. Their children cannot go to school. They themselves cannot feed their families. And many other challenges arise from this conflict. So it is under this context in which women need to be given strength and supported to be able to deal with the vulnerabilities they face. But more importantly, as a center, ours is to ensure that women are deployed and prepared to undertake their roles in peace support operations, given that their numbers are small as it is already. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for that. Professor Osa, please. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Yukie Osa from Rikkyo University. Similar to my fellow panelists, I would also like to echo them and thank the organizer for this wonderful opportunity. I am working at graduate school of Rikkyo University, and my department is called 21st Century Social Design. Prevention of genocide and human security are the topics that I teach. We also have an association to assist refugees. This NGO was established more than 10 years ago, and I serve as the head of that organization. Before becoming professor at Rikkyo University, I was a staff at this organization and at the former Yugoslavia, Cambodia, and in Afghanistan for emergency humanitarian assistance. I was engaged in activities, especially in former Yugoslavia, in Bosnia-Herzegovina. I was involved in humanitarian assistance. There was a genocide in Srebrenica. And because of this, why these incidents occur and how they can be prevented are some of the topics that I research. From the 1990s, landmine countermeasures is also what I'm engaged in because in refugee assistance, I also encountered the landmine issues. Today, on December 3, 25 years ago in Ottawa, anti-landmine treaty was signed. The signing ceremony took place, and today is also a day for people with disabilities, including those who were maimed by landmines. And as for the Association to Assist Refugees, we not only provide assistance to refugees, we also look at natural disasters and conflicts and humanitarian assistance in these situations, and also provide assistance to people who are victims of landmines, and also provide infectious disease countermeasures. These are not specifically dedicated only to women, but in all of these areas, women are very important. And in genocide issue, not only the victims, but the families also included women. And as a practitioner and as a researcher, I would like to make contribution today in the discussion. Thank you very much. Ms. Katayama, please. Thank you. My name is Misaki Katayama, master student at the University of Tokyo. I am very pleased to have this opportunity between such outstanding speakers, although I'm just a student. I come from Hiroshima, and I have a grandmother that was a victim of the A-bomb, and since I was a student, I have been involved in activities related to nuclear issues. And my grandmother, well, close to my grandmother, I used to live quite close to her, and living with my grandmother
At certain unexpected moments in our daily lives, I can see the shadow of the atomic bomb, which I felt from my grandmother. So ever since I was very young, nuclear bomb and war and nuclear issues were those that I have taken an interest in. And the second generation atomic bomb victims said that when the chicken exploded in the microwave, their mother told them that this is the atomic bomb. So over 70 years have passed since the atomic bomb was dropped in Japan, but people are still suffering. And that was a keen awareness that I had. In 2014, I became a high school student ambassador for peace, and I went to the UN disarmament conference, and I had been commissioned by the government as a youth messenger for peace, and I gave a speech. And I collected signatures, 10,000 signatures from high school students. This is also a civilian group. Several times during the month, we collected signatures. And in the 3 years of high school, I was involved in this activity to collect signatures. And based on my experience, I'd like to make my comments. In 2022, second-generation atomic bomb victims, along with them, the NPT Review Conference is where I took part. And when nuclear weapons are used, what the damage is caused, even across several generations. I talked about this, and I was focused on nuclear weapons and nuclear weapons activities. And I'm involved with youth high school students. And my experience is that over 90% are women students. And so these are people in my group, and these are women. And people have a stereotypical view of this because of this. And as to specifically what experiences we have and what struggles we have, this is something I'd like to convey from a microscopic standpoint. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's the sexual violence, survival support, and climate change and disasters. All these issues have come out just as people were introducing themselves. And this is quite closely related to women's participation in peace and security. And there are war crimes going on related to war that is presently being conducted, and nuclear disarmament, student participation. We've had a broad range of topics raised. The theme is women's participation in peace and security, but it's really a broad base that underpins this. And today, we will have different people conducting activities from different perspectives who will be speaking today, and it's really an outstanding experience. So let us start with the discussion. And firstly, women and girls in countries affected by disputes, what situation do they find themselves in? This is I'd like to ask about. In October, Secretary General of the UN put forth to UNSC a report on WPC and PS, and women's human rights progress is under threat at the moment. There is extreme violence and terrorism and authoritarian countries and the increase of authoritarian countries. And the progress up until now is being reversed. And there was a strong concern expressed by the Secretary General. And in the report, the world's military expenditure has blown up to unprecedented levels, and peace negotiations, women participations therein, and the number of women's groups in peace organization and the budget which is allocated is diminishing. And furthermore, women's human rights activities are being persecuted and are under pressure, according to this report.
This is a worldwide background, and so I'd like to have the panelists intervene from your experience of, based on your research in the war-torn countries. What situation do the women find themselves in? This is what I'd like to hear about. So could we hear from Dr. Mukwege first, please?
Je vous remercie, Madame, de me redonner la parole. Et tiens avant tout de saluer.
Thank you very much. First of all, regarding the diplomatic efforts rendered by the Japanese people, I'd like to express my appreciation. You are trying to stop wars. Thank you very much for your leadership. On the question of women's empowerment, you are cooperating. Thank you very much. Japan, in 2023, you are going to chair G7. On this sixth time, this is the sixth WAW World Assembly of Women. This expresses the leadership of women for equal and peaceful and affluent society has to be created going forward. In that process, we want to heighten the role and position of women. Thank you very much for agreeing with us. For peace and security, women must participate. This is the UN agenda as well. Resolution 1325. So this is regarding the position status of women. So this is the women's status in conflict and in war situation. Women are victimized in wars. Therefore, women have to be protected. There is an increasing burden for protecting women. We have to enhance the participation of women. In decision-making process, we have to increase the involvement of women. So, as an issue, that is a basic issue. You have to be aware of the problems and issues. A variety of civil societies may make efforts and action plans may exist. Countries may make action programs, action plans. My country is no exception. With all those efforts, things do not go necessarily to a better direction. Women are attacked in many different places, and women's status is receding. Women and the children are the first victims of wars. In conflict-affected regions, women's and children's bodies are exposed. Women and children are subject to major damage. Sexual violence is another example. Under conflict, it is used. It is used as a weapon in war. In order to destroy community, this sexual violence is used. Women, peace and security participation, very important. In this threatening situation, it is important to have the participation of women. In many cases, women's participation is not making progress. So there has to be a political will. We must change the direction. There must be a political will. In world of conflict, we must try to steer the course so that it goes for the better direction. So we have to have the prosperity of women's power. How do we incorporate this into community? 28% only is only women in my case, in our case. So how women can be incorporated and participating into the peace and security efforts, and how the leadership position is maintained in the United Nations. Only 19% is the women's participation. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, we are facing a new humanitarian crisis. Eastern Africa, in Nairobi, the consultation is commencing. The armed forces, especially in the east of Congo, the armed forces are active. We are negotiating, but women are not participating into this negotiation. So the greater the participation of women, the better for the likelihood of agreement. So women's participation and increasing the percentage of women's participation has to be implemented at DRC. We are paying a big price because of this situation. So men only participate in peace negotiation. It is wrong. My personal opinion, Rwanda is another case in point. For maintaining peace, there has to be a holistic modality of approaching the question. We need women leadership. Inclusive participation is needed. From peace process, we must not exclude women, especially the sexual violence survivors. With respect to these survivors, especially 2467 resolution, 2467 resolution, especially the survivors must be involved, especially the sexual violence victims must be placed at the center stage. The resolution talks about it. In the process of negotiation, these people must be incorporated and included. Therefore, as I mentioned earlier on, there is a global fund. They take a holistic way. This is the holistic model. Banji Foundation is another example. Medical care, psychological, mental, and socioeconomic and legal assistance. There are 4 pillars of assistance so that they can all rehabilitate back to the society. This way is emulated in various places of the world. So legal matters are taken up, but not only the legal matters. We have to look into the situation where women find it very difficult to go back to their original societies. But the Panji Hospital, Panji Foundation's experiences could be utilized, strengthening women, and pain will be translated into force. So they will be led into force from pain. So we have laws, we have development, we have peace preservation, very important. So that is the way to go forward at the forefront. We must have women positioned in considering peace. Women should be in the forefront of our efforts. Economically and politically, women occupy half of the world population. But women are marginalized now, which is wrong. So we must include women in considering all these matters. So women are not only the victims. Women are part of the solution. They should be a part of the solution. So they should be party to various negotiations in order to build peace. Women, for sure, must participate in the solution. Therefore, that is the direction that we must push toward. So not only the elite men, they shouldn't be only the people who operate. We must include women. We can work together, and then we can maintain peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As has been mentioned at the outset, a comprehensive approach is important in terms of survivor assistance. But even if when we do this, people coming back into societies is very difficult. So under disputes, or not only under disputes, the sexual violence is a problem of very large magnitude, and we're keenly made aware of this. And Dr. Mukwege talked about the political will and the importance of political will. And that is something that he pointed out at the WAW conference today, at the keynote speech, and during the high-level discussions as well. In all 4, the importance of political will was mentioned, and how that was necessary had been mentioned numerous times. With political will, and for women to participate in arriving at a solution. And of course, this should include survivors of violence, and that has been pointed out. later on, perhaps we could have Dr. Mukwege address why men are central to the peace negotiations and what we should do to bring about a change. As mentioned earlier, there are few women in parliament, and perhaps this is all related.
それではシテネさんいかがでしょうか。
Mr. Shitene, please.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'm really honored to be on the same panel with Dr. Mukwege because I know the work he did when he was he does in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where I was also deployed as a military observer. And I was able to see the atrocities that are meted upon women during conflict situations. So much so that generally the UN has accepted that it is more likely for women to be targeted on issues of sexual and gender-based violence. Last year alone, we know that 3,300 women faced sexual and gender-based violence in conflict situations, a third of whom were in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And these are the reported cases. What about the unreported cases, which are so many? In peace agreements, we know that 7 out of 10 peace agreements do not include women at all. And that becomes a challenge. Women are not part of signatories of peace agreements, and therefore they cannot put their case forward on what they really want their country to be, how they want their country to be molded into. They are not involved in dialogue and negotiation processes. But we know that women play a very critical role in rule of law. And this is important because in post-conflict settings, women can shape law, the law that is being developed in their countries, the direction in which they want the law to take, the reparations they want to get from the atrocities that were meted against them. So they really need to participate right from the beginning. And therefore, I agree with the good doctor that it is important at every stage to make sure that women participate. And from a peacekeeping perspective, what I would say is that it is important, for instance, to prepare, because we have very few women in peacekeeping. And although the United Nations targets are quite ambitious, we still haven't been able to have enough uniformed women deployed in peacekeeping operations. Right now, the military has the lowest percentage, but member states need to be encouraged to have women prepared and deployed in peacekeeping operations. And in a post-conflict setting, this is an ideal situation to reshape the status quo within the society. This is the time when you can bring in more women into the security sector, into the police system, into the military, and so on and so forth. So this needs to be done deliberately so that as a country goes into post-conflict peace building, then they are incorporating women in very important sectors, critical sectors that they know will make an impact on peace and security in their country. If you look at Liberia and the way women have taken the forefront in the security sector, in the legal sector, in government, the country has definitely healed faster than was expected. This is because of that meaningful participation that she talked about. What is the meaningful participation that you want women to have in any conflict situation? And it is more critical in the security sector, where we know countries need to heal, countries need to go back to normalcy, and we need systems that address the challenges that women face at the community level. And as we do that at the same time, we must not forget that there are women at the communities who have capabilities to take on peace initiatives within their communities. Because in most post-conflict settings, you'll find that the security sector is not large enough to support the government in the initial stages. So community engagement is very important, because the women at the grassroots are the ones who are able to monitor the security situation, to report back, and to have action to ensure that peace and security is maintained. So that would be my take, ensuring again that women are meaningfully included in every sector.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
今お話しいただいた中でPKO
Among the things you've said, you refer to PKO, and there are a declining number of women in PKO. And among those that are listening to this include a lot of Japanese as well. Women participating in PKO. On the local scene, on the ground, what will be the merits? What will be the positives? There are people who are unable to imagine what positives there could be by women participating in PKOs on the ground. In peace building and PKO, for a lot of women to participate, for those of women that are exposed to disputes, what positive contributions can this make? Could I ask that question?
Women can make a lot of positive contributions. I will give an example of my country, Kenya, and several other countries that are deployed in Somalia under the African Union Transition Mission. For a while, we did not have female engagement teams on the ground, but we realized that it was necessary. One, to allow the women, the military women, to go out and meet with the communities and understand the challenges that the communities had, and also to bring the communities closer to the peacekeepers. Because with women deployed, you find that women in the communities are more comfortable sharing information. They are more comfortable relating their issues and their problems. And so that has really helped improve the relationship between the mission and the women. At the same time, when you talk about community peace building, in Africa, many communities already have community security setups of their own. They have chiefdoms and they have elders. And these are very critical institutions within those communities. Now, what we did with a project that we undertook with the government of Japan was to undertake community peace building training for women. But what we did is not only train women, but bring 1 or 2 men who are elders in the different communities. Because if you don't bring men on board, then they will not allow women to participate. So we brought some elders in, and we have what we call in the northern parts and many parts of Kenya, county security committees. And these women have, since the training we undertook, joined the county security committees and are playing an important role within their communities to monitor peace and security within their settings. So that their involvement, educating them, giving them the skills and the knowledge to understand what they can do and contribute. They actually have their skills inbuilt in them. Most women are good negotiators. That's how we grow up as women in our families. We negotiate with our children, we negotiate with our families. And so it's just building on those positive skills that women have and allow them to understand that they need the confidence to be able to use it in their own communities. So I think we have to have innovative ways and understand the context within which we are working in. So if you're in Africa, understand the cultural setting of Africa. Understand the cultural setting, and Africa is not the same. Understand the cultural setting in Somalia and in South Sudan and DRC to be able to bring in women and within their context comfortably engage in peace and security issues.
ありがとうございます。では、長先生、お願いします。
Thank you very much. Professor Osa, please. Yes, through research and on the field, I've met different people, so I'd like to talk about this. Initially, I talked about Bosnia and the humanitarian assistance I was involved in. As Professor Osaki also mentioned, that war was such that there were formal military and informal military and militia who were engaged in sexual violence against women, and it was a strategy. And it had raised the major questions internationally, and 25 years and 30 years hence, there were people who were born out of rape, and these people have now reached their age where they are able to have children, and there are those who knew they were a result of rape, and there are those who don't. And I feel that the war really has not ended. At the same time, going to talk about Africa, South Sudan, there are lots of refugees who've gone to Uganda. And I went to a refugee camp, and a 17-year-old had a baby in her arm. And I thought it was her sister, but her grandmother said it was her child. And her parents were killed when they were taking refugees from South Sudan. And the grandmother, who was maybe younger than me, hid under a bush, and she was raped. And she had her child in a refugee camp. And she herself felt that she had a new sister, and so she enjoyed it because there was nothing else to do in the camp. But she didn't realize that people who are around her are saying that's the enemy's child. And what happens when the child grows is something that the grandmother was very much worried about. That's quite recently. And in these war-torn places, there are many soldiers who die, and then there are many soldiers who are missing. And I had a chance to talk to their wives. Of course, dying is one thing, but missing is another thing, which is just as difficult. They may be alive or they may not. If they have passed away, it's not a good thing, of course, but at least the government would provide them with money as a bereaved family, and the missing person's family do not receive this. So at some point in time, there may be changes in POW or changes in bodies, and the mother is too much concerned about this, and she forgets to take care of her children. There are such homes. And as to why I came to know her, I was taking care of the children, and why do they refuse to eat is what I wondered, and that because they're not fed regularly. And the mother was too concerned about, preoccupied with matters related to her missing husband. There is such an example. And to talk about landmines, landmine banning movement is what I was involved in, and I met many people, and the women there were victims, and there are survivors, and they're activists as well. And for example, international campaign in 97 to ban landmines. In 97, they received the Nobel Peace Prize as a coordinator. Jody Williams was the coordinator who received the award, and she really struggled to create this convention on banning landmines. Several decades after they received the award, she said she would write an autobiography, and she said she would expose certain things. So she said she didn't hide this, but before she was involved in landmines in El Salvador, she was working as an NGO worker, and she was raped and from anti-government forces. She said she was engaged in a political act. She said that she could somehow tolerate this because it was a political act. As an American or as an NGO worker, this was a political act. That is why how she interpreted the rape, and she could only understand it in this way and tolerate this in this way. Another victim, she was on a bus. She was on a assistance group, working for an assistance group, and the bus she was on exploded because of a landmine, and she lost her right leg. She was a victim of a landmine, and she was a woman, and so she was doubly and triply discriminated against, and she became a survivor, and then she became an activist. And the reason for this is that she can raise her voice, but there are those who cannot raise voices. She knows that there are such people, and that's why she said she could raise her voice. And there are these different stories. What I definitely wanted to say today was that in WAW's discussions up until now, if I look at past records, there are lots of important discussions that were conducted, and UNSC resolution in relation to this, and very important issues are raised. What is lacking, however, I think, is that women, not just examples of women taking part in peace activities, some women, just like men, can destroy peace, or they can become assailants or perpetrators. There are such examples. And at which times this occurred? For example, 1994 in Rwanda. There are lots of reports about the massacre in Rwanda. It's not only women in the military, mothers and school teachers. and sisters in churches and politicians, people of diverse backgrounds, with different educational backgrounds as well. Those with education and without education were part of the perpetrators. There are such examples. Women involved in sexual acts, they could be part of groups to destroy peace. They may have killed or they may not have killed, but have engaged in violations of human rights. And to do research on this is, I think, important in order to prevent these from happening in the future. Thank you very much. For many years, you have been engaged in activities, and you have given us very specific examples. And so, based on this, what you pointed out is that women can become victims and can become perpetrators, and they can destroy as well. And so, we need to focus on this, and we should take that up as part of the agenda. I think that's very important. And as Professor also mentioned, from the 90s, internationally, there was a recognition that something needed to be done, and Resolution 1325 was adopted, and sexual violence and being allowed without criminal penalty is something that must be taken care of. And in the former Yugoslavia, the assailants had to go on trial, and there were penalties imposed, and so steps were taken. What is happening in Ukraine? If we look at this up until now, in the past 20 years or 30 years, we have accumulated efforts, and so we wonder what has happened and what effect this is having. And Professor Higashina, can you talk about your take on this, please?
Thank you very much, Professor Osa, as well as previous two speakers have spoken. Listening to them, I thought we, mankind, repeat so many times the same thing. We think that we make progress, but once war breaks out, in an instance, we go back to the original situations or sometimes a worse situation. It is the history of mankind. Professor Osa, I am studying international politics in Europe. You talked about Bosnia-Herzegovina from 1994 to 1995, and also you talked about the post-conflict situation there in a very concrete way. Indeed, in Ukraine too, exactly the same thing is happening, probably in a larger scale. So that was the thought that I had. In all wars, exactly the same thing happens. Russia, Ukraine, war, serious war criminals are there, including war crimes, including women and girls as subjects are included. So the situation is like that in Ukraine. Flatly, there may be damage to Russia, there may be damage to Ukraine. So two ways of perspectives. Of course, it is important to have two ways of perspectives. But if we have the lens of gender, women's lens, WAW's perspective, this time the damage incurred in Russia and Ukraine, it is not equal. The damage is not the same in two countries. Ukraine, the Russian soldiers are inflicting upon in occupied territories. The rape and torture is going on. Ukraine is acting on Russia, but it is not specifying any women or girls. So this is not a balanced situation. It's of course there may be damage in Russia, but in Ukraine it is more serious, including women and children. There is a very serious social consequence. Professor Osa said, as she said, the child born out of rape grows up and then forming the next generation. So the things are going on. rape, especially in occupied territories in 4 oblasts in east and south, and Crimean situation is totally unknown to us. So it is not the actual battleground, but including the Crimea, very serious situation is going on, I believe. So as Professor Osa mentioned, from next year, if early, so in a time that the raped women bear children, when they grow up, they will have their babies. So over generations, the same problems would be repeated. This is something that we must learn once again seriously from past conflicts and wars. But you see, the war damage or war crime, we have to elucidate the situation there. In all wars, I think it is necessary. But in Ukraine's situation, I think it is very difficult to elucidate and identify problems. The damage to women and children, we have to look from both perspectives. There are many examples. For example, in early stage, like early spring, Mariupol was a city in question. There, completely because of the Russian forces, Ukraine was enclosed and cities was really devastated, destroyed. Human casualty very big. And the people who can flee used the humanitarian corridor in their flight. Of course, they were able to flee, but people would die, people would flee, or they continue living in a very inconvenient situation in destroyed cities. So whatever the damage, humanitarian, it is not known to outside world. That is the situation in Mariupol. Not only that, at present, as we speak, war crimes trace is being erased. I think that is going on. For example, bombed place or attacked places. The condominium and apartment complex destroyed completely. But in the building, there are dead bodies still not carried out. In that situation, even with the dead bodies, the condominium buildings would be completely bombed and destroyed and demolished. And after that, new housings would be built. From satellite pictures, we can confirm that. At the current war, there is one character. Because of the advanced technology, war crimes may be inflicted. However, the physical evidence, the graphic evidence could be elucidated and identified. It is a progress, and it is one step to the solution. But if the fact is found out, we know that this is the damaged place or this is the area, the truth has to be identified. Otherwise, a war crime cannot be analyzed. We know that. However, the traces are all gone. They are demolished and they are removed. They are erased from the face of this earth. And if this happens, what is the damage? We don't know. And who died and what was the situation? Nobody knows if the trace is removed, if the rape situation happened, but we don't know it in concrete way. What was the situation under which such crime was committed? There is no way of elucidating or solving, analyzing this situation. I talked about humanitarian corridor. Humanitarian corridor is a misleading wording. It is not humanitarian at all. People want to flee. Many cases, women and children, they wanted to flee. They try to escape. They get together, and then added attack is made. And again, the victims are in a very large number. People who cannot flee in the humanitarian corridors, women, children, or soldiers, they are labeled as neo-Nazis, and they are subject to sanctions. So the humanitarian corridor is not functioning at all as humanitarian corridor. This is happening in many places of the conflict region. Even if you were able to flee, the place where you can flee into is limited. It is only Russia, whether you like it or not. Russia is the only destination that you can flee, and at a place that human trafficking could happen to you. there are many cases reported as such. Human trafficking subject women are subject to sexual exploitation or sexual violence. We know the framework of the atrocities, but analyzing and finding out, identifying the reality is very difficult. So here we focus on women, but women and children. Children's safety has to be focused upon, not only limited to girls, children in general. In this war, what has become clear is that the children were forced to be taken away, especially from occupied territories of 4 oblasts. There are 2 kinds of children. The first kind is under the name of camps. The families will be notified. The children on the battlefield should be moved to a safer place, they say. And then in a better environment, they can study in a relaxed manner. They can have delicious food and they can enjoy. So it's a camp. So please send your children there. And then they never return back to home. In Kherson and Zaporizhia, such cases are reported. Another type is that actually they become orphans, losing their parents because of the war. So orphans, mainly in Crimea, they are taken to a place like Crimea, and then there are brokers who act in between, and by force, they are having the foster child arrangement by force. So children will not be able to live knowing the identity as they are, and their Ukraine identity would be forgotten. In a place like that, they are brought up as Russians. So the Russians will say that this was necessary for the remedy to the orphans, but it must be done in a humanitarian way, maintaining the Ukrainian identity for these children. We doubt that. So it is not only women, the children's safety and peace of mind must be protected. Forceful abduction must be prevented. We have to act upon it. Territories are places. In these places, the humanitarian involvement and intervention is very difficult. I know I'm repeating myself. According to the State Department reports of the United States, 260,000 children as such exist. So largely the number we know, but how can we bring them back? Or even not bringing back, how can we move them to a better situation or better environment? I think these are the areas that we have to work in solving the situation. Sorry for my lengthy intervention. Now, in Ukraine, the women are left behind. And I'd like to talk about these women. They were victimized. They are the party in question. At the same time, they are the people left behind. For example, as a spouse, their husbands, or the family members were taken to the battlefield. So they can't flee. And even if they flee, they are dispersed. In different countries, they flee. Family is broken up and they have to endure the war. Another point, as I said earlier on, children were abducted, taken away. So once the children are taken away, no matter how dangerous the place will be, you can't leave your place because you are worried about your taken away children. And while you remain there, they may be killed, they may be raped, they may be hitting landmines. So considering the few children, they can't leave their place. There are such damages occurring. So, as such, in a merciless way, family is broken because of the war. Individuals' power is not enough to solve this problem. So, availing myself of this opportunity, I'd like to consider with you what kind of solution we can think of. In discussing policy recommendation, I think we will be discussing how we can maintain peace. In the case of Ukrainian war, NATO and EU would be involved in order to keep peace there. In doing so, the women's involvement there is something that should be included in the recommendation.
Thank you very much. A lot of what you've had to say are things that you've actually experienced. And once again, this is happening on a major level. Sexual violence and their survivors, support and assistance to these survivors. Japan is very will be positively engaging in this, and human trafficking, sexual exploitation, the realities related to this, and violence and sexual exploitation is not just against women, but it is also against boys. So exposing realities related to this is something that the international community has to do. I'd like to ask Ms. Fotobat, these issues are occurring throughout the world. So what solutions come to mind? I'd like to go into the solutions part because we're running out of time. In response to this situation, women's participation in peace and security, for the international community to unite and to take this up as an international agenda, in what way should be conducted? What would you recommend? It's a big question, but since you're very experienced, Ms. Fotobat, let me put this question to you.
Okay. Thank you again for this opportunity. Our office, the Office of Global Women's Issues, always has a saying, nothing about them without them. So one of the first recommendations, and I see Fatima Galani back there, is making sure that you are consulting with the women on the ground, making sure you are listening to the leaders who are leading the peace-building efforts. We want to make sure that their voices, our office takes this very seriously, my team's right there, and I give them many thanks, to make sure that we are amplifying their voices to policymakers, that we are making sure everything that, for example, in Afghanistan, that the women told us would happen when the Taliban came in has happened. Everything that the women in Ukraine were telling us were happening is happening. So again, make sure that we are doing meaningful consultations, make sure that we are including women in peace-building efforts. So one of my first recommendations is, again, make sure their voices are included. Again, nothing about them without them. You shouldn't be dealing with survivors without the survivors' voices. You shouldn't be having discussions on peace building without half the population at least represented so that their voices are also heard. Another aspect would be accountability efforts. When we're talking about survivors of sexual-based violence or survivors of violence or survivors of conflict in general, you want to make sure that those accountability efforts are being taken into consideration and provided in a way that is survivor-centered and very cognizant of not being sure to re-traumatize efforts. So again, we would look at what is accountability? How do we make sure that we are taking an evidence-based approach and a survivor-centered approach? And again, what is justice to survivors? What is justice to those on the ground that are working so closely and are on the front lines? And making sure to define the justice by those localized approaches. And then the third area I would say is resources. Those of us in the international community really need to make sure that there are resources available, and those resources are provided locally to those frontline individuals and organizations and women's groups that are on the front lines of all of these conflicts. Because those are the people on whose backs, whether it's Ethiopia, whether it's Afghanistan, whether it's Iraq, Syria, DRC, making sure that we are providing support. My mother-in-law is in Moldova right now, and as she has told me very clearly, if you set another international organization in here that I have to feed them, instead of just giving me the resources that I need in order to feed the refugees that are coming in, I'm going to lose my mind. So making sure to give the local women's groups and the localized organizations the resources they need in order to do the work that they have to do. So those would be my three primary advocated positions and goals.
Thank you very much. We're running out of time. We have to discuss things that would feed into the recommendations, so we'd like to do another round. Ms. Katayama, the youth engagement is very important. And Katayama-san, you're a youth, and as a woman, nuclear disarmament is what you are engaging in, and the various advocacy activities you have been involved in. Based on this, what have you experienced? And going forward, for youth to be participating in a more meaningful way, what is necessary, please? Thank you. Thank you for this chance to speak. When I was in high school, since when I was a freshman of high school, I began to be involved in activities. And in Hiroshima, there are other people who are also high school activists. And amongst these people, there are women high school students. And from my experience, 80–90% are women high school students. Local high schools are quite actively involved, and 10,000 signing a petition. We have sent more than 10,000 of the collection of 10,000 of petitions to the United Nations, and these are also mainly driven by women students. As high school women students, we engage in activities under our own names, with the names of the high school, and sometimes they are hurt by abusive expressions. The participation of in a peace process by youth. I'm also doing a research on this, but there are two things I would like to share with you in terms of the experience by women high school students in peace process. First, as a high school, when I was engaged in activities, oftentimes I would be interviewed by the media. And sometimes there are comments on appearances that are completely irrelevant to our activities. And this shouldn't happen, but things similar to sexually harassing comments are made. Women high school students are very sensitive. And when we are doing our best in our activities, and receiving such comments can be quite hurtful. And I myself also had a very bad experience. At a high school that I was going to, there was an unsigned letter sent to the school. So sometimes we become very fearful of what we can be subjected to. And the second experience I would like to share with you is the second experience is that we are women and we are high school students, and women can be objectified as objects for sex, and we are also youth. We are seen as vulnerable and seen as a generation of people who are not capable of thinking, and I think there are such stereotypes. On the streets, we collect signs for the petitions, and there are people who yell at us occasionally. And so high school students who was collecting signs often are bullied by middle-aged men. These happen occasionally. And there is an adult man who is leading the activity and will calm the situation. But because of political ideology and philosophy, and because of the differences, people we may be yelled at because of simple differences in views and ideologies. My personal feeling is that girls are being picked at
and are being targeted for these abusive words. It seems that girls are typically targeted in these abusive attacks, verbal attacks. I forgot to breathe, so let me gather myself and take a breath before I continue. There are also online information, and I follow various comments, and women high school students are asking for denuclearization, and there are comments such as they are being brainwashed by adults. There are people who are suffering from more mundane things, and why elimination of nuclear weapons. Each of us are taking our own initiative and are doing research because of our interest, but we are assumed as being incapable of these activities, and slanderous comments are made oftentimes. Or some would say we shouldn't forget these activities and should focus only on schoolwork. I interviewed my fellow high school students and heard from them what experience that they had, and they all say they had no one to turn to when they had these bad experiences, including sexually harassing comments, etc. It is especially difficult to turn to adults for advice for these experiences. In order to expand women's involvement, I think it is also necessary to establish some kind of mechanism to offer support to these student activists.
Thank you very much. The youth and women participation must be mainstreamed and must be made general practice, but there are lots of impediments to doing so, and we have to overcome these. We only have 5 minutes remaining. So, in particular, from the foreign panelists, we'd like to ask what recommendations we should communicate. A word each, 1 minute each. So we start with Dr. Mukwege, please.
Merci, madame. Je crois qu'aujourd'hui,
thank you very much. Today, we heard various comments and remarks. Sexual violence could happen any place. In all continents, this happens. If a conflict breaks out, this could happen. We could all understand that eventuality. At the Security Council of the United Nations, sexual violence was taken up, and it can be used as a war weapon. I think it is to be recognized. In Rome Convention, rape is a method of war. It speaks of rape as an act of war. Various things are robbed and usurped. And in penal code, such an act is punishable. By penal code, the penal codes of countries are supposed to punish such acts. So, as was mentioned, women and survivors in this way should be recognized in international fora, and it should be standardized as an international act. It should be incorporated into the act of international fora. We have conventions, we have agreements, and sexual violence must be prevented. It should be clearly noted that it can be used as the war weapons, and there has to be something created in order to stop this. So rape could be the weapon in conflict. So, by this act, the responsible feeling of individuals must be fortified and strengthened. So, rape is used during conflicts. It could be stopped, it could be restrained, and it should be clearly shown that it is not tolerated. So the first measure that we can take would be to ban it, to forbid it. This is a line crossing the line that you shouldn't cross. So sexual violence shouldn't be used as weapons in conflicts. That's the first point. When conflict breaks out, just like in the case of Ukraine, in a variety of forms, we can create systems and mechanisms of preventing it. For example, unwanted pregnancy, are unwanted sexually transmitted diseases, those should be prevented by measures from next fiscal year. So unwanted delivery could happen, delivering babies. It could happen. So from today, from now, we have to consider preventive measures. So once pregnancy occurs, there are countries where abortion is not legal. So second point. So we have to take some preventive measures for raped women. It is going to bring a very major trauma. So it is a big damage. So holistic, inclusive measures are necessary considering human rights. So rights to receive treatment, rights to have surgery, and rights to receive social and economic assistance, and mental assistance also is a right to be received. In local places, legal procedures must be appealed to. So such a legal rights should be given to victims. Thereby, victims would be healed eventually in a process. So, holistic model is what is called for. This is agreeing with the humanitarian requirements. That is all for my proposal and recommendation. So these are the things that I want to speak now. Thank you.
大変申し訳ないことにもうお時間が来てしまいました。
Time is running out, and we've had from everyone different issues pointed out and different perspectives. So Katayama-san and I would like to work together to summarize the points raised today and put this together in the form of a recommendation. What's important is that this WPS, how to mainstream this. And for this purpose, gender analysis, women's participation, and legal streamlining, making laws is very effective, I believe. And so the WPS agenda, how could we broaden this to include security and peace, and to mainstream this? Going forward, there are lots of things that we could learn from the United States. And if we could share practices, that would be good. And women's human rights and activists, there are various groups, including youth groups, they are prone to receive attacks. And so based on this, once again, in the area of political commitment, women's human rights, and WPS agenda, a political will regarding this is something that we want to confirm with different governments and to the international community. We should communicate something to this effect. So I couldn't give everyone an opportunity to speak, but we will take it upon us to summarize this properly. So thank you very much to all.
A few moments.
改めて会場の皆様にご連絡いたします。
Ladies and gentlemen,
同時通訳のレシーバー引き続きご使用
there will be simultaneous interpretation in this room.
そして英語が
Channel 1 is for Japanese, Channel 2 is for English.
音声も引き続きご利用ください。
Simultaneous interpretation service will continue to be provided in this room.
会場すべて自由席となっています。
Seating arrangement is free except for the very front rows. The very front rows are reserved. Otherwise, a seating arrangement is free. Please wait for a few more minutes. Please be seated. Thank you.
で
会場の皆様、午後4時20分から
Ladies and gentlemen, we were scheduled to begin the closing session from 4:20, but discussions were quite animated, and it is taking time to summarize the report from the sessions. Please wait for a moment. Rapporteurs and moderators from all of the sessions will be invited on the stage during the closing session, and we will be hearing from the rapporteurs and the moderators. I would appreciate if rapporteurs and the moderators be seated near the stage, so it will be easier for them to come up to the stage during the closing session. Rapporteurs and moderators, please be seated in the sections near the front side of the room where the staff are raising hands. Sessions 1 through 3, 4 through 9, 10 through. They will be presentations from 3 groups of sessions and then from special sessions. Reporting sessions will be divided into 4 blocks.
ありがとうございます。空いている席でご協力いただけますと幸いです。
Please find an empty seat and please be seated.
Hi. 大変お待たせいたしました。クロージングセッションに入りたいと思います。
Thank you for waiting. We will now begin the closing session. Rapporteurs and the moderators from the sessions and the special sessions. We will have report from rapporteurs. Discussion will be summarized, and up to 3 proposals, including concrete action proposals, will be made. And I'm sure you wanted to participate in all of the sessions. So this is the opportunity to share with you the discussions that took place. Special Advisor Mori, please come up to the stage, and rapporteurs and moderators from sessions 1, 2, and 3, please come to the stage.
Now,
please be seated. And Special Advisor Mori, we had a series of very enthusiastic discussion.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your participation for the entire day. May we commence the closing session? I have changed my dress to a Japanese costume kimono of fabric from Fukushima, my homeland. So we will have the reporting by the rapporteurs. The board member conference of WAW decided on certain things, and we will start from a youth presentation. President of Moldova said the world going forward is going to be created by the youth. So this time, while board members' ages have come down substantially, and the board members decided the youth panel, not only the youth panel, all panels, 13 panels, one person of youth must be a part of the breakout session, and the reporter is the youth. So moderators would be supplementing, and they may be worried about the youth presentation, but within 1 week we will have the summary part of the rapporteurs, and we will have the minutes in due course. So I hope that you will leave everything to the young people. So now for the women's empowerment, creating the future, the youth will make the presentation. First is a breakout session 1, wage gap. G7, G20 Youth Japan. Okiyama Nanami-san, please take the floor.
ありがとうございます。分科会1男女間の賃金格差から、発表を始めさせていただきます。
Let me report on the gender wage gap group. At our session, we have 2 recommendations for the system and 2 recommendations for the companies. First, with regard to recommendations regarding the institution and system, when gross income rises, after-tax income is reduced. In order to do away with this income barrier, they should review the dependent tax deduction system so that it's tied to individuals rather than households. Secondly, over companies that have a headcount of over 301, they have to disclose the pay gap between men and women. But to resolve this issue, not only the pay gap, but action plans and roadmap to resolve this problem should be made mandatory to disclose. As for recommendation to companies, firstly, a lot of women take parenting leave, and men as well, I believe. But the after parenting leave career path, so that people can have an image of this, there should be a system created where individuals can communicate with the companies during parental leave, and the company should promote the care system of nannies and nursing, and in order to do away with the unconscious bias related to women's careers, companies should introduce training, and that is a conclusion. Thank you very much.
Okiyama-san, thank you very much for your report. Next, we go to the breakout session number 2, Women and Environment.
Ms. Endo Risa, Deputy Director General, Japan Center for Sustainable Environment and Society, please. In session 2, we discussed how we can respond to climate action, climate crisis, including water and agriculture from gender perspective, and discussed women's participation and women's roles in human resource development in climate action. Diversity is important to build sustainable society, and women should participate more in decision-making. Climate change will affect future generations, children and grandchildren's generation. Long-term perspective is necessary. Technology, funding, skills are necessary to encourage participation by women. There are 2 recommendations. Climate change is related to various challenges, including genders. Countries, regions, corporations, NGOs, and academia, and all stakeholders should connect environment and gender, and people responsible for gender equality and environment should work together. Recommendation 2, diversity will encourage green transformation. That will be the new form of capitalism that will encourage Japan's growth. And so we should comprehensively address climate change and gender equity.
Thank you. We'll go to the breakout session 3, Women and Digital STEM Education. Rapporteur is Yamamoto Reina, CEO Hupro Inc. Floor is yours. Thank you very much. We discussed STEM education and recommendations to increase the human resources. We have 2 recommendations. The first one is the provision of information. The second one is the private sector institution. The first, regarding information, women's STEM participation should be increased. So beyond the STEM, it is important to increase the attractiveness to women. So exciting information must be provided to women, including mass media. The second recommendation, private sector must accept women receiving STEM education. So digital system must be upgraded by way of support, child rearing and long-term nursing care, not only for women, but the sense of ownership must be shared by men, and the system introduction cost will be partly borne by the government that will be supporting these initiatives. I think that will be very effective. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we had the report from sessions 1 through 3. Wonderful presentation. Big round of applause to the rapporteurs, and thank you very much for the moderators. The people were in their 20s and 30s made a presentation. We will go to the presentation by sessions 4 through 6. So the rapporteurs and moderators, please come up on stage. The rapporteur is seated together with the moderator. The person sitting next to the rapporteur is the moderator of that particular session. So accompanying person, the moderators, big sisters. So in 1.5 minutes, reporter should be given. Theme 4, enhancing awareness and engagement of men. Kumei Ryuzo will be the rapporteur manager of Kumei School. Please, floor is yours, Mr. Kumei.
Thank you very much. We'd like to talk about the session 4, enhancing awareness and engagement of men. And I'd like to introduce 2 recommendations which came out. The first is about the new image of men and role model, and to create that and to communicate about it. A new image of men would be men engaged in business, but in housework and childcare and nursing care as well, men who are active in these areas. And secondly, a serious inclusion efforts. What this means is that almost as if to change the DNA of the organization, to have strong feelings about doing away with conscious bias and setting numerical goals to show how many have taken parenting leave and the ratio between men and women among managerial positions. And when serious inclusion advances, companies' performance and growth would increase, and the economy would become richer. And so this will be a virtual cycle. That is our recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kumei. We will go to breakout session 5, women's participation in decision-making processes. The reporter is Sakurai Ayano, founder, hashtag, what does gender equality mean to you, President Jen Courage. Thank you. Our session, we would like to make recommendations from the top of the companies in all places.
So there should be a message sent by the top persons of the corporations and government on gender equity. The reason is because the progress could be backtracked. From the government and private sector, commonly there should be common KPIs and targets, and they should be disclosed. And the quota system should also be considered. There are KPIs, but these are not uniform and these are disparate. We should focus on most important KPIs to measure the progress. And lastly, gender education should be a part of education from primary education. There are unconscious biases imprinted from when students are young, and so these biases should be reduced, and the students should be able to bring to bear their talent irrespective of the gender. Successful practice from other countries may not fit to other countries because of cultural differences. So we should come up with a unique method.
Thank you very much, Sakurai-san. We will go to session 6, Women and Startup. Considering the significance of women's startup, Fukuda Eri-san, Representative Director, CEO She Inc. will make the report. Thank you very much. Sorry, I have a sore throat and my hoarse voice. The theme is Women and Startup. So it is about the keyword of women and startup, a strong weapon of a new form of capitalism. I think it's a good combination in order to fully employ these 2 recommendations we would like to make. Investors and businesses, 2 perspectives. The first one, investor side. VC and LP investors have sometimes no women board members, and we will ask them not to make investment to companies not having any women board members or GPI if ESG investment was commenced, and since then many movement began. So DBJ and other government-affiliated financial institutions start saying something which can be a very good and forceful means for change. The second one is the entrepreneur's perspective. Women can start small businesses, or women have difficulty in accessing information. In Japan, women entrepreneurs suffer from information divide. So in order to fill the divide, who should be asked the questions? A centralized community or a platform database should be created. So that was the recommendation. So this is the report from session 6. Thank you. So elder sisters accompanying the rapporteurs, thank you very much. So we had the presentation by 6 sessions.
Positive recommendations are made. Next, I would like to invite rapporteurs and moderators from sessions 7 through 10 in the session on men's involvement. Kumei-san, rapporteur, was in his 20s, and he said that he will make recommendations of a new vision of men. New vision of men recommended by a man in his 20s may have shaken up some of the older men in attendance. Next, session 7.
Realizing a society protecting women's dignity and pride. Rapporteur is Morita Ayami, lawyer, member of Kudamatsu City Council, Yamaguchi Prefecture. Thank you. At the session 7, we discussed the realizing a society protecting.
And in this, as a comprehensive theme, updating dignity is what we would like to recommend. Among the panelists, there was Mr. Wasid from Bangladesh, and the institution and the laws and supporting systems can be improved, but the women have to change their awareness about dignity. Their economic establishment and DV violence would not be reduced unless women themselves establish their sense of dignity. And the same applies to Japan, we believe. And so for this purpose, we ourselves have to update our sense of dignity and have a new sense of dignity to create a society without DV victimization. That is our recommendation specifically. Because of COVID-19, there have been an explosive growth in DV-related consultations. To create a window for receiving these consultations so that consultations can be received nationwide, and the poverty issue has also been referred to in order to mention sanitary napkins and the poverty or the lack of availability of sanitary napkins for poor persons. A uniform system has been introduced so poor people will not have to worry about sanitary napkins. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next one is session 8, Women's Health and Economy. Rapporteur is Fukuda Kazuko-san, SRHR activist, sex and reproductive health rights activist. Fukuda-san, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Our session was on women's health and economy. Women's health is irrespective of whether women have child or not, and whether there are economic losses or not. These are basic rights for women, and therefore, in decision-making, gender equity must be achieved. And we have the following recommendations. The first is literacy enhancement on women's health. To make this happen, holistic sexual education from younger age must be implemented. Even after school, there has to be opportunities to update the knowledge, and there are women-specific health issues, but if there are mobility skewed towards women, there should be initiatives. And the second recommendation is the use of femtech. With Femtech, we can bring more transparency to women's health issues. And so strategically, the market should be enlarged. And by utilizing big data, prediction of health issues will become possible. And this should also be reflected in policy making based on data and evidence. The third recommendation is access to support. Online healthcare and youth clinic that can be easily accessed should be provided, and insurance reimbursement is lower for women's health-related issues. That should be made more appropriate, and there should be also support for flexible working style. These are our 3 recommendations.
Thank you very much. Next is session number 9, Women's Participation in Peace and Security. The reporter is Ms. Katayama Misaki, master's student at the University of Tokyo. Thank you very much. At our session, through our discussion, we discussed wars and conflicts. When they break out, it necessitates the various forms of violence against women. That was the shared perception to start with. Rape and inhumanitarian crime will destroy community over generations, leaving trauma. It was confirmed. Because of this, we must prevent wars and conflicts. The world's population's half is women, so meaningful participation of women was very important. It was confirmed. So with this 3 concrete recommendations, the first one is that the victimized women physically and psychologically, economically, and legally, comprehensive support must be given. With that, we must help them heal, and we must create a pathway for them to participate into the road of peace building. The second point, post-conflict as well as prevention of wars and conflict, we must support women's participation concretely. Police and law enforcement units must be urged to have more women so that women can have the peace of mind in making reports. And even with people not representing the group, we can deliver the voice of these people not represented. It was very important. The third recommendation, from all positions, the voices must be incorporated in order to build peace. So the women and the youth activists must be protected and assisted. In our discussion, we discussed youth participation into peace building, and it could be subject to violence. People active in these areas are staking their life in continuing their activities. So humanitarian damage over the world cannot be changed with one person. One activist voice could have the hundreds of thousands of voices at the back of the person. So one person's voice include those voices. So we must protect the speaker who raises voice, and also we must, in a responsible way, expand the voices of the people behind the speaker. So without women, we cannot solve any women's problems. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next session is session 10, Women and Disaster Risk Reduction. The speaker is Okabe Marin-san, student president, Sakura no Seibo Junior College.
In session 10, there were 4 recommendations, broadly speaking. 1, women and children, girls to be protected should be leveraged in disaster countermeasures. And for those women who want to learn about disaster risk reduction, regional community awareness and systems should be changed. And secondly, before a disaster occurs, it's important to make women and girls resilient. For this purpose, it is important to talk about gender in normal times. Thirdly, disaster is something that it enhances the prejudices. And we often hear about women being subjected to sexual violence in dispute areas. But this occurs in Japan as well, where there are disasters. And as a challenge, we should face the realities and to approach this issue. And fourthly, to change the awareness of the society, it's important to educate the younger generation. That is not only about girls, it's boys and girls. The importance of education was stressed in a recommendation so that boys and girls can, with confidence, engage in discussions and can speak up. And cross-border experience sharing is important. It's important for the world to learn from each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So reporters were all in their 20s. I think they make wonderful reporting compared with we adults, grown-up people. Well, we women are creating women do not have many opportunities to climb up the ladder to become the leaders. So thank you very much for giving us opportunities. Young people, we will continue. We will go to the special session, 3 groups, special session. Moderators and reporters, please come up on the stage. And young women, moderators, the moderator will accompany young reporters. Supporters and tutors will support active women, protecting them. It's very important to protect and nurture young people. So we will go to the special session report. Rapporteur will make the report. First is the WAW Sit in a Circle meeting on rural women. Uchiyama Noriko-san, Executive Director, Japan Female Successor Support Association, Representative Director, will make the report. Uchiyama-san, please.
はい、ありがとうございます。私ども十勝
In our special session on women in the rural areas, we connected a Tokyo venue and 3 local venues. And with the theme of local entrepreneurship, business succession, politics in various different contexts, we had discussion. What is common is that in rural area, because of gender gap, women are more isolated than in Tokyo. And what was felt necessary are the following. The need to involve in decision-making by women, and women must be aware that they have to be a part of decision-making, and there should be coordination and solidarity. Tokyo is not the representative of Japan. Oftentimes, the opinions of the center of Japan, Tokyo, may be seen as speaking for the whole of Japan, but we should never lose sight of rural area to Tokyo and from Tokyo to the world. There are 3 recommendations. First, enlarging networks between women through solidarity to prevent the women from becoming isolated. Second recommendation is a preferential tax system for women who are suffering from gender unconscious bias and gender disparity and lost opportunities due to child rearing and nursing care. Third recommendation. In family business, family names may be used as brands. And for these women managers and for working women who are using, for working women, there should be freedom to use their surname of choice, including a maiden name. Please also pay attention to this aspect of life of women.
Thank you very much. At this conference, we emphasize the rural engagement. Last one to report, listening to the voice of youth, proposal for the future, special session 2. It's a youth panel. This year, we had 2 youth panels. The first one is a Japanese language team, and another team is the all-English team. 2 of them. So first is Hasegawa Mira-san model, as well as Tsunami-san from Tohoku University will make the report in English. Thank you. Hasegawa Mira-san, please make the report. May I speak in Japanese? Yes, of course. How do you do? Mira Hasegawa is my name. We had the special session too, listening to the voice of youth proposal for the future. We talked about the sexual acquiescence or school education or some shortcomings in the systems and institutions. We mainly had discussion and debate. Among the speakers, TV and other media was mentioned. Many people use the media. So in a conference like this, the participants are all the privileged people. We were aware of that. And then it's important to discuss. It shouldn't be an echo chamber that we feel good about discussing amongst ourselves. So we discussed that. And then the Western countries' election was taken as an example. It should be fun and it should be entertaining to have elections. We should involve young people. Institution system is one thing, but we need to enlighten young people more about the institutions. In the beginning, Mori-san said that the future is created by the youth. No doubt about that. We are the young people. But if you leave everything to us, we cannot change. So the middle-aged men and women would also tutor us, and then we can start as young people. I think we have trained ourselves. So all generations must cooperate in changing the mindset and systems. Role models are important. Politicians who can be the role model should increase in the number. So, legally speaking, the retirement age for Diet members must be introduced. In other words, middle-aged, privileged Diet members should retire, and they should vacate their position so that it can be filled with younger people. It ends up to an election after all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Fantastic opinion. Next, we go to the special session 2 English language team. The presenter is Tsunami-san.
Thank you. So since we had a discussion in English, so I would like to report what we discussed in English. So through the discussion, we came to the conclusion in 2 clear points. Number 1, provide continuous and fulfilling education from very young age, like kindergarten or I don't know. It's a very young age is important. We youth all agree that educators and role models like parents, tutors, family, schools, and the whole society is very crucial to take responsibility to let children have free choices. Education is also crucial for women to be financially independent. Number 2, respect diversity in the society. Opportunity to share ideas on social issues, world-scale issues like climate change, from different point of view will surely create realize a better society, creative society. We youth expect the government and hope the government to listen to our voices, have continuous discussion like this assembly, and to activate connection and communication internationally with role models. For the next generation, we believe that each of the children, regardless of gender, can have a confidence to be the first and the best at any fields, even if they don't have good role models yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. Indeed, I thank you very much.
特別セッションの皆様ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, rapporteurs, moderators from special sessions. I'm sure as a very direct and straight comments from youth rapporteurs left a very strong impression on the audience. Thank you once again. Please send a big round of applause to 16 youth rapporteurs. Special Advisor Mori, please stay on the stage. And I would now like to invite the 9 advisors of WAW to come to the stage. 9 advisors were quite instrumental in preparing for this meeting today. 6 meetings of advisors were held to prepare for WAW 2022 to create a new form of WAW. I understand I was corrected. 7 meetings of advisors took place. Please stand on both sides of Special Advisor Mori, and closing remarks by Special Advisor Mori, please.
Thank you very much to all, to our distinguished guests from overseas and those who have participated. I'd like to express my deepest gratitude. Under the new form of capitalism, the way gender mainstream ought to be has been a subject which were discussed in a very meaningful way. I'd like to thank all those who have been involved on the stage today, the WAW board members. And I said that they have become much younger. The youth rapporteurs, compared to the youth rapporteurs, they may not be that young, but compared to the previous board members, they're about 20 years younger. And we have had a lot of new views and comments expressed. We had President Johansson talk about the approaches taken in Iceland, and Ms. Bahus, UN Women Executive Secretary, came all the way here to talk about gender equality and international organizations' perspectives on worldwide experiences. Future perspectives were given. And at the high-level roundtable, Moldova, President Sandu from Moldova spoke about the difficult circumstances, and President Moldova was a surprise desk, and gender mainstreaming and security was discussed. In order to accelerate the gender mainstreaming, you need to take different perspectives to implement policies and to reform. And what will be at the core of this was what Prime Minister Kishida talked about in International Women's Day. He said in a speech about the economic independence, and at today's WAW for women's economic independence, pay gap rectification, startups by women, Japan's health and economy. We have had diverse discussions and to create a society where no one is left behind. The women's rights need to be taken a renewed look, and women's participation and disaster risk reduction was also discussed. The gender issue is such that it is not just an issue about women. It's also an issue for men and society as a whole to consider, to discuss the future, because this really affects the future of society. Without the solution of this problem, we cannot realize a society where everyone will find easy to live in. So you need to take gender perspectives, and gender balance is important. As President Sanders said, this has to be taken for granted. And the importance of this issue we would like to enlighten about going forward. And we had special sessions emphasizing rural regions. There were 22 locations, and in four locations, a two-way communication and discussion took place. And as has been mentioned, the youths, which will take on the future age, were very active. And they said that their education, the youth's education has been completed. It's time to educate the adults. So at the closing center, to have these insightful views of the youth was very valuable. And going beyond generations, going beyond regions, we would like to talk about gender equality and women's empowerment. And the tea ceremony, which you have looked at, it talks in the way of tea. It says that if one flower blossoms, it tells the world that spring has come. We hope that each and every one of you can create a blossom that is very unique to yourselves. And in closing, I'd like to express my gratitude to the Secretariat. With this, I'd like to conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Special Advisor Mori, and the board members and the Secretariat. Please send a round of applause once again to thank them for their efforts. Thank you very much. And please step down from the stage. And there is a photo session. Please come back to the stage. Centering around Special Advisor Modi.
Please
come to the center of the stage, board members. Thank you very much. Oh, Ms. Mori, it seems that there will be some more photos to be taken. Please stay on the stage.
改めまして有識者の皆様、森先生ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much to the board members and Special Advisor Mori.
皆様
We were able to share important moments today and engage in fruitful discussions. Thank you very much.
朝9時からということで
WAW started at 9 a.m. and it had been a full 8 hours of sessions. And this is taken as our own issue. Each person will take ownership of these issues. And we hope that these efforts will spread around the world. And with that, we would like to conclude WAW 2022. World Assembly for Women 2022. Thank you very much. For participants in the venue, there will be a farewell reception in the reception hall on the same floor if you have invitation letter. If you do not have invitation letter, please come to the lounge on the 4th floor where satellite reception will be held. Reception will begin at 5:30. When you leave this room, please return the headset for simultaneous interpretation to the staff near the doors. Thank you very much.
ありがとうございました。